Good evening and welcome. This is the January 14th, 2026 public hearing of the Land Use Commission. The City Code directs this body to hear applications for map and text amendments, special uses, including planned developments, zoning relief, and appeals from decisions of the zoning administrator, as well as to make recommendations regarding the city's long-term planning goals and objectives. Depending on the type of matter, this commission will make either a final determination or send its recommendation to the City Council. Ms. Jones, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Aravallo?
Here.
Commissioner Berlin?
Here.
Commissioner Harris-Ferry?
Here.
Commissioner Johnson? Commissioner Mabadi? Commissioner Mangum?
Here.
Commissioner Murinchev?
Here.
Commissioner Puctel?
Here.
And Chair Lindwall.
Here. With 7 members present, we have a quorum. Also present tonight from city staff are Neighborhood and Land Use Planner Megan Jones, Development Services Supervisor Jeremiah Bebo, Senior Planner Sam Hubbard, and Assistant City Attorney Brian George. This is a formal hearing, and there are rules that govern our proceedings. Most importantly, only one person speaks at a time, so all testimony may be accurately recorded. Anyone who wishes to address the commission regarding any matter on tonight's agenda will have an opportunity to do so at the appropriate time. Our procedure is to hear from staff on the documents on file and then receive testimony and other evidence from the applicant or appellant. The applicant is asked to limit this presentation to 20 minutes, although shorter presentations are certainly appreciated. Following the applicant's presentation, commissioners may ask questions about the proposal and the standards for approval. The applicant will be given the opportunity to respond to commissioner questions. After that, persons wishing to make a statement regarding the matter will have a chance to do so. Any person with a legal interest in property located within defined notification requirements of the subject property may present evidence, reasonably question witnesses, or seek a continuance of the hearing. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes unless arrangements have been made for a group presentation, in which case up to 10 minutes may be granted at the discretion of the chair. Questions should be directed to the chair, who will compile a list for applicant response. The applicant will be given an opportunity to respond to the questions at the conclusion of public testimony. I would like to remind everyone to focus their testimony on the applications that are before us this evening and the standards that the Land Use Commission must consider in making final determinations and recommendations to the City Council. When all supporting and opposing testimony and statements have been heard, the applicant or appellant will be given the opportunity for rebuttal or a closing statement. Then the commission will close the record and begin deliberations to consider the standards. The commission will make formal findings of fact based on the testimony and evidence presented, guided by the standards, the commissioner's knowledge of our community, and recommendations of staff. All testimony is taken under oath. Although we do not apply the strict rules of evidence, please limit your testimony to the proposal as it relates to the standards contained in the zoning ordinance and corresponding staff memorandum. When testifying, please state your name and address for the record and sign in on the provided public comment sheet. Our meetings are audio and video recorded. Please make sure that you are at a microphone when asking questions or making statements so that you can be properly recorded. All proceedings are subject to a broadcast at a later date. Any matter not concluded at tonight's hearing will be continued to our next regularly scheduled meeting. There are 3 items on the agenda this evening. So I just want to make sure 2737 Highland is the applicant. Okay, thank you. Then 1710 Maple Avenue. Okay, and finally 3434 Central Street. Okay, thank you. All right. If you plan on speaking on a matter before the commission tonight, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth throughout the course of these proceedings? Okay, thank you. All right. With that, the first item on the agenda is approval of the minutes of November 12th and December 10th. So may I have a motion on the minutes of November 12th, 2025?
I move to approve the minutes from November 12th, 2025.
Second.
Okay. Are there any corrections or additions? Okay. Seeing none. I think we can do this with a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 One abstention.
3 abstentions. So Commissioner Mangum, and I just for the record, Commissioner Johnson has now joined us, so we now have 8 members present. He abstains and I abstain as well. The next set of minutes is from December 10th, 2025. May I have a motion for approval?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from December 10th
Okay.
of 2025.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any corrections or changes or additions? Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, so we have
I abstain as well.
Commissioners Berlin and Patel both abstain. All right, with that, we move on to old business, which is a major variation, 2737 Highland Avenue, case 25ZMJV-0038. So I think at this point, staff wants to read this into the record.
Thank you, Chair. This case was continued from the November 12th, 2025 Land Use Commission hearing requested by the applicant. So we have Birchwood Law, who is the applicant on behalf of the property owner, requesting major variations from the zoning ordinance in order to leave as constructed a concrete driveway and open street parking space located in a front yard in the R1 residential district. The applicant seeks a variation from section 6-8-2-12, which prohibits on-site parking from crossing a front property line when open access to an alley is present. Additionally, they are requesting a variation from 6-4-6-3, Table 4A, which requires off-street parking spaces to be located within 30 feet of a rear property line or alley in a residential district. In both variations, the Land Use Commission is the determining body for this case, and as stated in the staff report, staff does recommend denial of the major variations.
Okay. Thank you. May we have the appellant's presentation is next.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Katerina Carrick, and I'm the attorney for the applicant. We do have a PowerPoint presentation, and I don't know if I can just use the clicker up here, or if, Jeremiah, you're going to move us through this. Okay, great. Okay, I will. Thank you. So as Jeremiah said, we're here on 2 major variations for the property at 2737 Highland Avenue. With me tonight is, we have the property owner, we have Lale Hormeydan, Ali Hormeydan, her husband, and their sons, Boris and Mert, and grandchild is in 6th grade back there playing basketball and very active at this property. It's a multi-generational household, just to give you a little bit of context. But the property owner and the applicant are the ones that are seeking this relief. Okay. I think I'm moving something else. Okay, there we go. That's okay. The property is located in an R1 single-family residential zoning district, and as I mentioned, it's occupied by the family. Ali and Lale Hormeydan are the owners of the property, but they have children and grandchildren who come visit and stay at the property, and also some of them actually live there. So the applicant, as Jeremiah mentioned, is seeking 2 different variations here, and all of it essentially stems from the fact that there is access through the alley. So because there's this access through the alley, we are in need of the variations to establish a parking pad or driveway in the front yard. What this technically amounts to is, oh, it's doing it again. Jeremiah. There we go. What this application is essentially a request for a reasonable accommodation. That's what it amounts to. And so what we're asking for is a reasonable accommodation based on the Americans with Disabilities Act. Ali Hermaidan is wheelchair bound. He literally cannot leave the house without a wheelchair. He cannot walk. And even from the front entrance, there is one step down, and they have to physically carry him out to get him in a car. So it's a pretty severe situation in terms of his disability and mobility. And I was trying to understand how this works, and it sounds like he really has a hard time. And without the children and his wife, he cannot move. It's that severe of a disability. Relies on a wheelchair. And to make things even worse, they were in a pretty bad accident after this was filed. So the situation with both of them has gotten worse. Lale, right now, she has broken ribs, and she's sitting back there with, I don't know if it's a cast or some sort of a tool that's kind of helping her heal from that car accident. They suffered they have damaged lungs. He has a hip condition that's really bad. He's had multiple bypasses. And after the car accident, like I said, she has broken ribs, also lung damage and swelling in the brain. And we didn't want to provide their medical records, but we can document the severity of their injuries. So they're not, I'll just go back for a second here, they're not in a condition to be able to park on the street, fold a wheelchair, walk 60 or 90 yards, or climb any steps. The parking in the rear of the property does not work due to patio, and we'll show you guys the pictures of what that looks like. But a ramp, which in some cases is feasible, it would be too steep. And so ADA parking on the street presents other challenges, which we'll go over in a minute. This is the survey of the property. It's a 2-story residence, and Ali is bound to the first, the primary level of the home. He cannot go up the stairs to the second level. And you can see there's a garage in the back and a walkway and a deck. The deck has multiple steps in order to get to the rear door. And we'll show you pictures of that in just a minute. Next to the garage, there is a parking pad, and they've tried to make it work. It's just not workable for them with the condition that Ali is in. And we added this image. So on Highland Avenue, it's a one-way street going north, and there's only parking on the western side of the street. And even that parking location is questionable. I'll show you pictures why. The folks that are parking, they're parking above the curb cut, like over the curb cut. And right now, with the conditions of snowy conditions and just kind of the weather of Chicago, 6 months out of the 12 months of the year, it's rain or snow, ice, just really bad conditions. Getting out of a car, crossing snowy street, and getting over a curb cut and then into the house over a step. It's just not a reasonable way to get inside somebody's primary residence. And so what we're actually asking for is to allow Mr. Ali Hermaidan to live with dignity in his home of choice. So this is the site plan. And it shows the driveway that has been established. They did start work on this property over the early summer, and there was a stop work order issued. And they had to they stopped the work, but then there was just a lot of dirt and, problems of like, what do you do now? So when they decided to go through with the variance, they also made the decision to complete the driveway. And that was in consideration of their needs for Mr. Ali, but also for the needs of the neighbors. They didn't want to just leave a pile of dirt while the variance was being pursued. So they finished the driveway. They've been using the driveway as minimally as possible. And they're seeking to, if the variance is approved, they would be seeking to get the proper permits and go through the proper channels to make sure that this is approved by the city and all of the departments that would need to review and approve. And there was a question, I'll show it here, but there's a tree on the bottom right-hand side. You can see where it is in relation to the parking pad or driveway, and this tree is about 5 feet and 8 inches from the driveway. And there was a question from staff about the condition of the tree, so they hired an arborist to assess the health of the tree, and they said it was in good condition. On a scale of 5, it was a 4, so there's no concern from the arborist on that. Okay, so criteria for approval. There's not going to be any negative impact on the neighboring properties. The proposed driveway aligns with the neighborhood patterns. Properties, the property directly to the north at 2733 Highland Avenue does have a front driveway, so it would align with what's already there. And also the property at 3205 Auto Line, just around the corner, also has a front driveway as well. And there's nothing about the appearance as it is now that stands out as not fitting in with the surrounding properties. And there would not be any substantial adverse impact on the neighboring property owners. If anything, it would reduce their need for street parking. Hardship and practical difficulty. So this, as I mentioned, this request is a request for a reasonable accommodation. The individuals that have disabilities have the right to request variations from the Land Use Commission to provide more flexibility in its determination of whether hardship exists. This is not a request for flexibility. This is a legal requirement in order to comply with the ADA. The law requires more flexibility when it comes to folks with disabilities that are living within the community. And I think, practically speaking, it would be easy to say, well, this house just doesn't work for this family, find another home that's more suitable. But all of the supporting, all of the plan and policy documents that we've looked at from the City of Evanston and the documentation from City's Commission on Aging and Disability supports aging in place, and Evanston in general is an inclusive city. So I think that if you look at this holistically as an opportunity to allow somebody to age in place, to live with dignity, to have a home that is a home that they purchase with the intent to live there, and age there naturally, even despite their disability, that this request meets the standard here. If there is no alley access, the front yard driveway would not be a problem. So because of this code requirement, we're presented with a problem. And that's what we're really talking about here. There is an alley, there's access through the alley, so this opportunity to have a driveway through the front yard is not available to them. And so this is not it's not intended for financial gain, owner-occupied situation. There's no developer involved or investor involved. And the goal is simply to ensure that there's safe movement and independent living at the property. And I think staff would agree on this point. So the hardship is not self-created. The property includes access through the alley. The applicant purchased the property prior to the decline in health and well-being, and the difficulty arises from the medical condition. And again, it's a zoning accommodation to allow them to age in place. So we have looked at alternatives quite exhaustively. The applicant explored parking on public streets, but found that the parking is, so it's only permitted on the west side of Highland Avenue. It's a one-way street going north. Available parking is limited. There's other neighbors that park there. The surface is uneven and unsafe, and there's no guarantee of space. Nearby streets are also too far for somebody with mobility challenges. Accessing the rear garage requires navigating 3 sets of stairs over a distance of approximately 90 yards. And the street parking is approximately 60 yards away, and it's challenging throughout the year. The goal for the family would be to have access from the car to the house, like as close as possible in order to accommodate Mr. Ali. And so, yeah, I mean, part of it is also like the challenges of what does it mean to live with a disability, carrying groceries, carrying packages, what have you, like being able to move with dignity from the car to the house. And, you know, we have snow, we have ice, we have all sorts of conditions. And right now, he's not able to do that without the help of his children. He can't do that. He can't even leave his house. So I know there was some comments from other residents, well, he's not even there. He's in the house. He can't leave without help from his family physically carrying him. These are some photos of conditions that they're not from today or anything like that, but just recent winter conditions. You know, they do their best to like shovel the snow and keep everything within reason, but it's hard to keep up with that. And there's quite a long driveway, and you know, parking across the street on Highland Avenue, you can see there's a bunch of like a snow pile, so you'd have to like walk into the snow pile, and you know, if there's parking there at all, and then be able to walk across over ice and snow and all that, and somehow, you know, get through the walkway with a wheelchair, then push it all the way through, then carry him into the house. And you know, this is like a 2-person job, so it's quite a challenge. Even if the city were to accommodate them with a designated parking spot, it's still a challenge considering we have snow and rain and sleet and all the crazy conditions we have 6 months out of the year at least. And this is the back area. They've tried to accommodate him. You know, they've tried the garage. They have a parking pad back there. They've tried. It doesn't work. They have a very steep access point through. There's 3 sets of stairs underneath the pile of snow, and so they would need a very steep ramp in order to like be able to wheel him in. And it just the weather conditions of Chicago present challenges. And again, just, you know, carrying things, like getting around, is just not feasible for somebody with a severe walking disability. Again, the closer he is to the front entrance, the closer he is to his like bathroom and bedroom. Just some additional photos of the garage in the back during fall conditions. And this is the neighbor's driveway that has that front driveway. This is an auto lane. This is just around the corner. The next door neighbor does have a front driveway. And so this would not, what they're proposing does not look out of line with the surrounding area. And here you can see that there's no, around the corner, there's very limited parking. If we were going to look at like 120 yards out for him to have a designated parking spot, limited parking on Auto Lane, and then on Highland Lane, which I think would be a very reasonable location for an ADA parking spot if the conditions were normal. There's cars already parked there. This is just across from the house. And then this is what I was talking about. There's a curb cut, and so people park on the dirt. And like if you're trying to get out, you're getting into out into the bush, and there's like trees up north. But these are really, really bad conditions. And so getting somebody out of there safely, getting a wheelchair, getting them across the street, and this is assuming that somebody's there to help him. And the ideal would be for him to be able to move around without the help of his kids. So they're working on figuring out how to make his life, how to give him as much independence as he could possibly have, considering his mobility challenges. And just imagining him driving and then by himself trying to maneuver around and get out of there and get to the back to get a wheelchair and then go across the curb cut, across the street. It's a lot for somebody with severe medical issues like him. And this is just more up north on Highland. You see the trees, there's trees there, and in the summer, it's just really, really hard to park on the western side of Highland Avenue. And this is looking like 120 yards out. There's still no parking, limited parking. They would really have to look further out for a parking spot. And then, you know, with the snowy conditions that we have, like, is that really the best we can do here? This essentially sums up our presentation. I hope I was able to give you a sense of what we're talking about here. And I know there's been some comments, well, there's, you know, a basketball hoop or there's a motorcycle and we don't see this person. Well, Mr. Ali is an orthopedic surgeon from Turkey. He's had a very successful career and he's got a lovely family. They're taking care of him, doing the best that they can. Unfortunately, he's in this position right now to need some care. And so they're asking for a reasonable accommodation. They're asking for the commission to allow him to live in this property and live a dignified life, essentially. And yes, there are grandkids. They, you know, play basketball, play sports. There's children. His children ride motorcycles. Family comes to visit. Like, this is a multi-generational active household. Mr. Ali is not playing basketball. He's not riding a motorcycle. And I just want to put that out there because I think when, you know, you don't see somebody coming in and out and struggling, it's easy to make assumptions.
Okay. Thank you. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Berlin?
Hi, welcome, and thank you for your time. I have a couple of questions. I'm going to try to make them yes/no for the sake of time because we have a big agenda this evening. A lot of the paperwork that you all submitted does not list this address as the owner's residence. So is the address listed as Greenleaf Avenue for the owner of this property? Is Mr. Ali the owner of this property, and does he live full-time at this address?
Yes, he does.
Okay, so he's not listed as the owner.
Lale, his wife, is listed as the owner, but they live at this property full-time.
Okay. My next question in terms of other neighbors having on-street or this parking, I'm going to make a guess, and I trust you're going to correct me if I'm wrong. Those houses do not have access to an alley, do they? Typically, one side of the street has the alley and doesn't have this type of parking. The other side, if they don't have the alley, may be allowed to have driveways. A lot of Evanston streets are set up that way. Do you know?
Correct.
Okay, so those sides don't have the alley. Did the one other question I would ask, you know, I'm very sorry for this situation. It's obviously unfortunate to have these injuries and these disabilities. That said, I think this is a situation where you're asking forgiveness. Like, you asked for permission. I wasn't on the commission at that time. It sounds like the decision was no, and then it was done anyways. I'm curious, I know you've said it is too steep to put in a ramp, but I mean, ramps come in a ton of different heights and a ton of different angles. Was that actually priced out by contractors who said there is absolutely no way, you know, to build a ramp that would not be so steep? I mean, 3 steps seems like a surmountable for the amount of sort of effort and energy. And and resources that went into this. Was a ramp really not an option?
Yeah, they have looked at options, and all of the options were too steep. I'm not sure if it was priced out or not, or how far they got, but they've explored that option.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Mangum.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding the permit and violation history. So the family applied for a permit in 2024?
No, I believe they applied this summer or late spring, early summer, and they had a contractor working on this. It wasn't them doing the work, and they found out that they got the stop work order, figured out that there was a problem, that this was not allowed due to the zoning requirement, and they couldn't just, they should have gotten it approved before they started any work.
Okay, well,
If I could interject just really quick, we did have a permit submitted in November of 2024, but it was denied at that point.
Okay, thank you for the
Yeah,
correction.
no problem, no problem. And then the zoning violation that was reported, however, was in the summer, June 4th of 2025.
okay, thank you. So you apply for a permit gets denied, the person still has someone do the work. Wait, let me finish.
Yep.
They still do the work, there's a stop order, and then the work is completed after the stop work order?
Yes, yes, exactly. And the reason why is because they essentially had the contractor started the work, and there was dirt there. It was already kind of dug up, and they didn't know what to do, and they just made the decision to finish it so they could at least use the driveway for their needs. It was not an ideal situation either way. Do you just leave a bunch of dirt and then go through this process, hope for the best, and if it doesn't pan out, then correct the issue? Or complete it and just go through the process and at least have a peace of mind that the property looks cleaned up and nice while they're going through this process.
Was there any consideration to just replace the grass or the dirt when the stop work order happened?
Yeah, I'm not sure if, they considered that or what, if they look for alternative options. It was already dug up. They were ready for a parking pad, and it was not a good decision. I agree with that.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
Okay, so you've explained the thinking, why they proceeded after receiving the stop work order, and that really seems unusual given I don't know any contractor that would get a stop work order and then keep working in this city, especially on a project of this size and this high level of visibility. But could you explain the thinking from the applicant about the first denial of the building permit? So you've explained why they disregarded the stop work order. Why did they disregard the rejection of the building permit?
I believe they had a contractor working. I'm not sure if they communicated effectively why it was denied. And there is a bit of a language barrier with her maiden's native language is Turkish. So I'm not sure if the contractor communicated with them and they understood, but they were under the impression that they would have the opportunity to apply again and get this approved, and not that, they didn't understand that they had to get a variance first and go through this process.
Okay, thank you.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that the contractor was not told that this work was not allowed?
So I was not involved back in 2024 when this happened, but I'm sure the city told the contractor why it was denied. I'm sure. I can't imagine them not communicating to the contractor why something would not get denied. But it sounds like whatever was communicated to the contractor was not received by the property owner and the applicant. They were under the impression they can pursue this again.
Because you understand how it looks, right?
I do understand how it looks.
It looks like your client disregarded the denied permit.
Yeah, I do see that.
Is that correct?
Well, come up and identify yourself and your name and address for the record, please.
I'm the son.
Okay.
I think my parents.
What, your name?
Barris, my name is Barris.
Barris?
I
Okay.
think my parents inquired a contractor to see if it's possible to get pricing, and this gentleman applied or said proceed paperwork that and never returned their calls, and so they personally never knew about the ability or if it's approved or permit, nothing. So basically the guy just disappeared, so they didn't know up to a point. They never got a return from. They just got a pricing from the gentleman. Probably he applied to see. Maybe he figured that it's no go on his side, and he never returned back the call. So on their side, they have no knowledge of that situation until the second part.
I don't understand. Are you saying the contractor,
You guys are referring, there was an attempt first to get a permit. Actually, it wasn't. They only gotten a pricing and talked to a person that they're not aware if they applied or not. They were supposed to just give a pricing, not the possibility-wise, because they were not aware. And the person didn't return their calls or notified they applied for a permit and denied. So they have no knowledge of any of those in the first attempt. So-
But they authorized the work to proceed at some point and
Okay.
paid the
He's talking
contractor.
about in 2024.
Right.
When the permit got denied, it was not communicated to them that they even applied, that this contractor even applied for a permit and was denied.
Yeah.
So the work was then done by a different contractor?
Yes, because the first one, they were not aware if there's a permit or nothing. So
And-
according to them, this guy just disappeared. The first application person, whoever applied for and denied, we have no knowledge of this
Okay,
person
but-
even applied for a
But
permit.
then why did the second contractor not apply for a permit?
Probably he, again, didn't notify that permit is required. So basically, according to them, he's just trying to find a way. And to completing the work there was a hole and nothing being delivered. We couldn't even get into the house for a long time because of that reason.
wait, are you saying are you saying that your client didn't know that the original permit was denied?
Nor even an application about it also.
But don't they have to, I mean, does the city, Jeremiah or Sam, does the city send a copy of permit decisions to the applicant, to the homeowner as well as?
It doesn't go to the homeowner, it goes to whoever applied for the permit that has the associated contractor's license.
But wouldn't your client have signed? I mean, we're not trying to give you a hard time. It's confusing because you've told us that he's an orthopedic surgeon, which I assume a level of fluency in the language and awareness of sort of the legal arrangement. It's just confusing,
So-
that he could be a accomplished medical professional and I'm confused.
I think it sounds like they hired a contractor who was not a good contractor, and they submitted an application on their behalf, provided a quote, submitted an application, and then once they got denied, they didn't communicate that to the owner. Hey, you got denied, we can't do this, sorry, have a nice day. There was no communication to them about what had transpired.
So when did your client find out about the denied permit?
We haven't gotten any notification in the first one that, if you're talking about the first one, we haven't gotten anything. It's supposed to be a code, and basically it's a guy just disappeared, didn't even give pricing, nothing, probably after he probably tried to apply himself, and once he figured it's denied, we haven't been contacted, and it's basically, we weren't aware of the.
My fellow, do you want to say something, Max?
Okay, so you're saying you didn't find out about the denied permit until around the time of the stop work order?
No, there was 2 different times, actually, to be clarified. One is has basically me asking a gentleman who's a concrete job, asking, would you give a pricing for this, without even applying a permit or any variation before. I think this guy went ahead and applied for a permit and denied that we don't know nothing about it. And once we even asked there were no communication back, so we have no recollection of any of the first application.
Aren't there fees associated with applying for a permit?
We haven't been charged or?
No, but I mean, the contractor would have had to pay a fee.
There are, but they're not typically collected until the very end,
Okay, thank you.
if approved.
Okay, I have a question. Does Mr. Humaden drive?
Him?
Yes,
Not recently, but normally he's able to.
okay. So,
Yeah.
but at the moment, he's wheelchair bound, he's not driving, and therefore the parking accommodation is to help whoever is assisting him. So he's not,
Assisting also recent, is in the presentation, they had another car accident. So right now, I'm sure if he starts feeling better, maybe he'll be able to drive again. But as of right now, we're just accommodating him carrying all
Okay.
that stuff right now.
all right, but he needs assistance to get in and out of the vehicle?
Yes.
And can he drive at this point? No.
Not right now, yes.
Okay. So who is using the front parking pad right now?
No one is using the parking pad as functionality because it's not finished. Oh, I mean, are you referring the front or?
Yeah, in the front. I drove by the site on Sunday. There was a Lober Motors
That's a
courtesy
loaner
car.
That's a loaner car. We had
Yes.
to park it for that day to get in the car with him. And actually today we had to use it again to get in the wheelchair to the car too.
But you just said, I just wanted to clarify that the pad is being used by somebody.
It's either my brother or me.
Okay, and so in some of the packet materials, it said that there have been, motorcycles parked on that pad. Who else?
Twice maybe because of me. I just pulled up twice, two times.
Rather than use the parking pads in the rear? There's a parking pad in the rear, and there's also the two-car garage. So why not use those spaces that are already there?
Yeah, I think that's a fair
Especially-
question for the children, when they're not needing to accommodate the father. That's a very fair question. And yes, they can park. They're capable of walking and parking in the garage.
Okay. Any other, when you were investigating alternate besides the ramp, have you looked at any of the lifts that are available to get up and down and access into the?
No, actually, there are 3 steps there in the back and 2 more down, and there's a huge walk. So it requires a whole setup in and out, and from a narrow door and a dark, very narrow garage, 2-car garage, you need to be able to take it out. I'm referring to the
What about using the parking pad that's
parking pad
there?
has grass, no connection to the walkway in the back, so you need to be wheeling on the mud and grass.
But when you were looking at alternate configurations, I mean, it costs money to put in a driveway in the
It would
guard.
require another walkway to connect into the existing, and then ramps and then ramps again, and that's all. Yeah.
Okay.
I have no reason not to take you at your word that you didn't have knowledge of the denied permit, so that be as it may. But what I'm hearing the argument tonight is that you're seeking relief from the zoning code because of the health conditions, and I don't understand why this is unique, right? I mean, everybody in this room, I'm sure, has an experience of like either themselves, a parent, a grandparent, aging, having limited mobility. It's kind of like a fact of life. And what I'm hearing you argue is that when someone is in that condition, that essentially Evanston's zoning code is incompatible with people aging. I mean, that's what I'm hearing. And I don't quite believe that there aren't other suitable options to make use of 4 parking spaces in the back and a way to invest in some access to the back. So convince me why this is a unique situation.
Yeah, that's a fair question. So it's a unique situation because he's not just aging in place. He has like a walking disability. And when you can accommodate somebody with alternatives, that's great. They've looked at the rear parking with the steep. It would be a very steep. I'm not sure if the pictures do it justice, but there's multiple stairs, sets of stairs.
Right, so a long ramp.
A long ramp, the narrow door to the house. I mean, there would have to be a lot of changes to the house, and we didn't even talk about the interior. His bedroom is, he comes in and then goes to his room right from the front. So it would just have to change how they operate, not just in the house, but also like with the sleet and the snow and how, like that ramp. It's a big ask to say, okay, now go like, in icy conditions, good luck getting up there. And to assume that the family's always going to be there to care for him and move him around. The idea is to have him be mobile by himself once he's feeling hopefully better after all of the recent issues that he's had. So the idea is to support him holistically in the best way that he can, and that's having parking as close as possible to the front entrance.
One of the issues I see, is that, what you're proposing is a permanent solution. I mean, that if we were to agree that there should be a driveway and and the parking pad there, that will be there conceivably for the next 50 to 100 years. So I see that as a bit problematic. Also, I would like to point out that most of the time, instances where there is a driveway from the street, besides whether or not there's alley access, in most cases, that parking drive leads to a garage, and that's not what is being proposed here. So, it's kind of difficult to when we're going through standards, we have to look at overall what's best in the long-term interests of the city.
And
So-
I appreciate that comment. I think in the context of ADA and other federal and state laws that protect folks with disability, it is appropriate for the commission to provide a little bit more flexibility in making determinations when it comes to variations, even if they will have impact beyond just the current applicant.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from commissioners? All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Next up, is there anyone, members from the public, interested in speaking on this issue? I don't know. We don't have anybody signed up in person. Is there anyone from Zoom at this point? Nothing? Okay. Thank you. You're allowed to make a closing statement, but I think we probably heard anything more. So with this, I will close the record for public testimony. And now that begins the commission deliberations and general discussion. So thoughts? Commissioner Johnson.
Wrong button. Thank you. I actually have a question or two for staff.
Oh, yes,
Clarifying
actually, I
questions.
do too.
Is that,
Go
you
ahead.
want me to ask those now? Or?
Yes.
Okay. So just, Mr. Bebo, if you could just clarify, the property has a two-car garage,
That's correct. Yep.
and then it has that rear yard parking pad, and it
Correct.
looks like it's for two cars?
Correct. Yep. And that was permitted.
And that was permitted?
Yep.
And they, in the past, it was permitted, asked for permission, built it out per their permission?
That is correct.
Okay, and then on their street allows for street parking. The city allows street parking on the west side of the street,
Correct.
not the east side of the street.
Correct. It's very narrow. I don't know the exact dimension, but it's very narrow.
But on the west side of the street, that entire block is legally permissible street parking.
It Technically, it does this kind of weird thing where it curves, where the curb kind of curves at a diagonal towards the east, and so really, the on-street parking ends at their frontage, just based on how the curb line is of the right of way.
Okay.
But there is on-street parking up to basically their property, but from there on, there's not.
Okay, got it. Bear with me, just a couple more clarifying questions here. Does the city have a particular, I'm sure we do. What is the particular rule for the distance between a hydrant, a fire hydrant, and a driveway?
I don't know that off the top of my head. Our public works engineers review these plans, and that was one of their concerns, was that the location of both the driveway and if they got a future legal curb cut with an apron onto the street, they did have a concern that that hydrant would be too close to the driveway. I do not know that exact dimension off the top of my head, though, but it was a concern.
Okay, we know from the packet that it's too close. We just don't know how too close it is. And the same thing, probably the same answer for the Parkway tree, because just looking around the city, no Parkway trees are that close to driveways.
That is correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
but we don't know exactly how.
Not off the top of my head, but that Parkway tree and its ability to survive both with the driveway and then a new apron and curb cut is a concern of theirs too.
Got it. And the Parkway tree distance rule is probably there for vehicular safety.
Vehicular safety and tree health, yes.
Tree health. I mean, they address tree health, but I'm also asking, it's the
Side
rationale
triangles.
for that is probably so we don't have cars hitting trees. Okay. The parking pad in the back, it was mentioned somewhere in here about a swing out gate. Do you know if that swing out gate is still there?
The gate is still there. We do not have any zoning regulations that prohibit that, and that is a separate permit and it was approved. But we do not have any zoning regulations that necessarily prohibit that. I know that our public works staff don't like it, but we don't necessarily have any code to fall on in order to prohibit it. Yeah.
So for a building permit, I want to apply to put a parking pad at a property, and I want to put in a gate. Is the building office or Public Works going to tell me don't use a swing out gate, or is that something that I'm allowed to do?
They right now with the code that we have, they would push you to not put one in,
Okay.
but we do not technically have a zoning code that references that, which was surprising to me too when I got here, and it's definitely something we want to add.
Okay. It's very surprising to me, but if there's no specific rule against the swing out gate, it is what it is. Okay, thank you for your clarifications.
I have a couple of questions, too. Would there be anything prohibiting in the rear parking pad, extending the parking pad closer to the house? Given the size of the lot.
Not necessarily. I mean, obviously, we'd have to do the calculations for impervious and things like that. But given the situation, we would be open to working with them to either do approve a minor variation at the staff level or bring a different major variation to this commission. I think that a reasonable accommodation is warranted in this case, but it is our position that those really need to be explored utilizing the land in the rear of the yard, especially since how impactful, obviously, land in the front is for a variety of different reasons that I don't need to belabor. But
And then I have another question. When staff was going through making their suggestions for whether or not a standard is met, you suggested that the standard 1 would not have a substantial adverse impact was met. I have a question about that in view of adding curb cuts across sidewalks where you've got, when I was out there was, a parent with a couple of young kids on that block, and it's, I know that we don't like to, one of the reasons that as a city, we don't want to see curb cuts, new curb cuts, is because of pedestrian safety. So I'm just kind of wondering what your thinking was behind.
No, that's a good point, and I think maybe perhaps we were reading a little too literally into it, but it talks about whether or not the variation will have a substantial adverse impact on the use, enjoyment, and property values of the adjoining properties. So we determined that it didn't directly, but we agree with you about.
I don't think it's
safety.
going to affect property values, but I
Yeah.
certainly think that in terms of pedestrian safety, that's an issue. So I will respectfully disagree with
No,
that.
absolutely not a problem. That is your authority.
All right. Any other comments from commissioners? All right, then I guess, are you ready for me to go through and review the standards? Okay, standard number one, the requested variation will not have a substantial adverse impact on the use, enjoyment, or property values of adjoining properties. While I believe that the property values of adjoining properties will not be affected, I believe that the potential impact of a driveway a new driveway in that location may have an adverse impact on pedestrian safety, so I do not believe that standard is met. Number two, the requested variation is in keeping with the intent of the zoning ordinance. I believe this standard is not met because the intent of the zoning ordinance is to avoid additional curb cuts and driveways on streets where there is access through the alley. And then also there's an issue potentially with the impact on the street trees and the fire hydrant that's there, although that's not strictly speaking a zoning issue. But I think that, again, going back to the potential pedestrian conflicts, that's an issue. So that standard two is not met. Standard three, the alleged hardship or practical difficulty is peculiar to the property. This is a property that is even larger than the R1 zoning requirements have, and so the lot meets all of the requirements in the R1 district and is larger than the average size lot, and there's no real hardship or practical difficulty that's associated with the configuration of the property. Number four, the property owner would suffer a particular hardship or practical difficulty as distinguished from a mere inconvenience if the strict letter of the regulations were carried out. This is a property where, when the property was purchased, it was clear that the garage was in the rear of the property and there was not a curb cut. So, the longstanding situation of this property is that the access is off the alley. As noted, we've had the discussion about when the history of the permits being applied for. I think that, so anyway, that standard is not met. Especially in view of the fact that there are already 4 parking spaces associated with this property. Number 5, either the purpose of the variation is not based exclusively upon a desire to extract additional income from the property, or while granting the variation will result in additional income to the applicant, and while the applicant for the variation may not have demonstrated that the application is not based exclusively upon a desire to extract income from the property, the land use commission or the city council, depending on the final jurisdiction under section 6-3-8-2 of this chapter, has found that public benefits to the surrounding neighborhood and the city as a whole will be derived from the approval of the variation that include but are not limited to any of the standards in section 6-3-6-3 of this chapter. The purpose of the variations is not to extract additional income, so this standard is met. Number 6, the alleged difficulty or hardship has not been created by any person having an interest in the property, while the alleged difficulty or hardship is related to the applicant's decline in health, has not been created by any, it's just an act of nature, by any person having interest in the property. But the parking pad was constructed without a permit, and at least members of the applicant's family have been driving over the city curb illegally. And this situation before the commission is in fact self-created. So this standard is not met. 7, the requested variation requires the least deviation from the applicable regulations among feasible options identified before the Land Use Commission issues its decision or recommendation to the City Council regarding said variation. I think this is kind of the crux of the issue before us. The variation requests are not the least deviations necessary to construct an improvement that will provide the necessary accessibility. I believe that there are other alternatives that should have been explored and hopefully will be explored to provide access toward the rear of the property. But, we're pretty clear in the city that we just discourage new driveways off of the streets. And so I believe that, that standard is not met. Does anyone disagree with my findings? Agreement? Okay. In that case, I believe we're ready for a motion.
In keeping with our practice to make motions in the positive, I will move that in the case of 2737 Highland Avenue, 25 ZMJV-0038, that we approve the variations described in the packet. Thank you.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay. All right. I think we'll call the roll, and I would note for the record that since we are the final determining body for this case, we need 5 votes one way or the other to either approve or deny.
I'm sorry, not trying to have a private conversation here. I missed the meeting about practices on a motion for the positive. I apologize. I was trying to catch up. Can you explain what it means to
All
make
right.
a motion
we make
positive?
the motion in the positive. So the motion is to approve
Okay.
the appeal or variation requests. And so you either, if you support approving the
I
variation.
got it. Okay, sorry. It's now, yes, it's so obvious.
regular-
Yes, sorry.
So if you vote no to
Yes.
not approve, then we, that would be a denial.
Sorry.
Okay, are we good?
Yes.
Commissioner Aravallo,
No.
Commissioner Berlin,
No.
Commissioner Harris-Ferry,
No.
Commissioner Johnson,
No.
Commissioner Mangum,
No.
Commissioner Murinchev,
No.
Commissioner Pucktell,
No.
Chair Lindwall.
No. With 0 voting in favor and 8 voting against, the motion fails, and the major variation request application is denied. And I would suggest that you work with staff to see if it's possible to come up with a solution that involves the rear yard that would work for your client.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can we take just a 5-minute break before the next
Yes,
case?
I think that a 5-minute break, and then we'll continue on. I'd also like to note, just for the record, our policy is to not continue a meeting after 11 o'clock unless we vote to do that. Our rules state that we do not begin a case after 10 p.m. So, and we have a couple of other items on our agenda for this evening. So in any case, I would suggest we stop testimony at around 11 or around 10:30, just to make sure we can get through our other items. So with that, I would adjourn this for a 5-minute break. Okay. I think we're ready to get back on the reconvene the hearing. All right. All right. Thank you. The next case is special use for a daycare center, domestic animal and kennel for Dogtopia, 1710 Maple. Who's going to read this into the record? Oh, okay. We'll start. We'll get you very shortly.
All right. Viewpoint Consulting LLC, doing business as Doctopia of downtown Evanston. The applicant requests a special use to allow a daycare center, domestic animal, and a kennel per section 61223 of the zoning code at 1710 Maple Avenue in the Research Park District. The use currently operates at 900 Clark Street and is proposing to relocate to the Maple Avenue location. The Land Use Commission makes a recommendation to the City Council, the determining body for this case, in accordance with Section 635 of the Evanston Zoning Code. This is PIN number 11-18-117-013-000.
Okay. Thank you. So now we're ready to have the applicant come up. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Lewis, and I'm here with my husband, Carrie. Oh, yes, thank you very much. And we're the owners and operators of the Dogtopia of downtown Evanston, located at 900 Clark. That is just a block north of where we're right now. It's a pleasure to discuss our business with you all. I definitely recognize a majority of you from September of 20 when we went through our zoning board of appeals and also the land use commission meetings. I also like to introduce all the witnesses that I have here. I have George Cassell, land use consultant. I have Sarah Barnes, our zoning counsel. And then I have 3 people on the Zoom call that are able to answer questions. I have Elise Asaf. She's the Director of New Store Development with Dogtopia. I also have Paul McDonald, who is the Head of New Store Operations with Dogtopia. He can answer any operations questions. And then I also have Eric Miller-Klein, who is an acoustical engineer with Tenor Engineering. So I'd love to provide a little background information regarding myself. I'm a longtime Evanston resident for over 25 years, with the exception of a couple years spent in Southern California. And while Carrie and I loved it there, we really loved coming back home to Evanston in 2019. But one thing that we got, our best souvenir ever probably, was our puppy dog out in California. And we took Murphy to a Dogtopia location out there. Dogtopia is a franchise. And when we came back home, we were really looking for that same kind of experience. And we were looking for something that was also walkable in the downtown area. And so fairly quickly, I ended up switching my career around, going from tax accounting to really wanting to run my own business and bring this need to the community. And let's see, since we've opened in October of 21, I probably worked the hardest I've ever worked. Public accounting was really long hours, but this was hard. But I will tell you, this is the most joyful thing I've ever done. At the end of every day, it is so gratifying with all the customers that we serve and all the dogs that we take care of. My focus in operating this business is focused on 3 main topics: my community, my customers, and also my team. I love Evanston, and I love where we are, and I love the downtown area. And I love how walkable it is and how our customers can really get to us really very easily. I have created amazing relationships with my customers. I mean, I know what's going on in their families. I know where they're going on vacation. I know what's going on if someone had a home issue, a flooding, and they're relocated for a little bit. So it's really special having these close relationships, and that's something that is special in our community. I also employ 25 team members, and one of the things that's most gratifying is seeing these team members grow in their role and be able to advance and move up in the company. And so we're really proud of that. We are relocating because I desire for my business to be in downtown Evanston for a very long time. And we are able to create a long-term lease situation at the new site to make that happen. And I plan to be here for a long time. As I mentioned previously, Dogtopia is a franchise. However, we are locally owned and operated. My husband and I just have this one location. And there are more than 250 locations in the United States, many of which are in urban, downtown, high-rise situations, much like the locations where we are and where we're looking to be. A benefit of being part of a franchise network is that while my husband and I can operate the business, we have this toolbox of experts that we can reach out to regarding anything at our corporate office. I mean, whether it is operations, training, health and safety, construction, pretty much anything. And then all of Dogtopia stores are reviewed throughout the year to ensure that we're following those clear-cut standards that we have to meet. In terms of the standards, we have elevated standards for our facility build-out and also operational procedures. Our facility is a full-on indoor dog park. We do not take the dogs outside for walks. We're not allowed to per our zoning in the area. So that's not a concern at all. We will not be taking the dogs out. And also it's a safety concern. We do not want any dogs escaping. All of our playrooms are furnished. We have 3 different playrooms. So we separate the dogs up based upon their size, temperament, play style. And we all have rubber floors in the playrooms, which helps with their paw pads and their joints. Ample space for running and burning that energy. We always have fun activities planned. And we do have a sophisticated HVAC system that cycles fresh outdoor in on a very regular basis, multiple times per hour. We also provide the highest levels of dog behavior education with that support from the corporate office. So all the dogs attending our facility go through that thorough meet and greet because not all dogs might be ready for an open play environment. Some dogs might not have that socialization that they need, but we can also educate the parent on how they can get to that. It's really important because dogs are social creatures, but with our training and the environment that we're able to provide to our customers, we can provide the social, physical, and mental activity that these dogs really need to thrive, especially in an urban environment. We also work on dog behavior. And I think this is really important when it comes to undesirable behaviors that some dogs might exhibit, especially barking and jumping. But we really partner with our pet parents so that we can help minimize that. And we need to partner with them so that way we're doing similar things in our store and also at home. And one of Dogtopia's main objectives is for the dogs to become better canine citizens. And that's really important, especially in an urban environment like we are. It makes such a big difference because with this, we can see the positive impacts that we're making and how they are going outside of the 4 walls of our building and how it's impacting the rest of the community. For our drop-off and pickup procedures throughout the day, Dogtopia does have a modern app, and it has been updated, and it's continually making great updates. But with this app, the parent can let us know when they're dropping off in the morning, when they're picking up at night. They can let us know when they've arrived, and that way we can really get the pup out, get the pup ready, get the pup out the door quickly as possible, so the parent is that way the parent is not in the a parking spot or waiting in the lobby longer than necessary. And then we're also, according to the city memo, we are also working to establish additional on-street parking, which would help. And then there will be spaces in the Maple Garage as well, set aside. At Dogtopia, odor and noise control is highly engineered. For odor, we have strict cleaning and waste removal plan that is detailed in the packet. And then for noise, we can help control this through the canine behavior management and working with the pups in the playrooms, because we really want to reward good behavior and work on that poor behavior to improve it. For the design elements that are incorporated into the facility regarding noise, we are required by our corporate office, Dogtopia, to have an acoustical sound study performed. And this was also included in the packet. And the sound study, it was performed last month, and I was there on site for it. And it was very loud. They have a speaker inside, and it is playing an extraordinarily loud noise, even with my ears covered. It was something more than I have ever heard, certainly at my store. But it's something that you can compare to, say, a live concert or a gas leaf blower, that kind of volume. And that's what they use in order to test the sound, if it might breach different areas of the building. And then our acoustical engineer, Eric, can speak to this from a scientific basis, but the Illinois code will require the new location storefront to have more sensitive noise control plan. And that's because there are different parameters for commercial and residential proximity. Because our current location, it's commercial, the next one is residential, and so there will be stronger things that will be adhered to in terms of the noise control. And then there'll also be noise control for adjacent walls and door seals that are detailed in the plan as well. So in closing, our overreaching goal is to continue being a good neighbor as we have been in the last 4.5 years of operating. And to be frankly honest, that's to my own advantage, because any negative feedback or anything negative in the community would inhibit me from being able to carry on my business. So I have received nearly 20 letters of support from my customers, and that is just a small fraction of the customers that I have, but these are really special ones, and I love them all. But I really hope that shows, how important we are to the community of Evanston and what we provide to our families. And many of them do live where they do walk to the location as well. So I just want to thank you for your time and for considering the community and customers and my team members in your consideration.
Okay.
I'd also like to turn this over to George Cassell to address relevant standards for special uses.
All right. Thank you.
Before you leave, can I ask a question?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just while you're here, can I ask you a question? Can you restate the differences in your business capacity and services and functionality between your current location and the new one?
Oh, the capacity, it'll be essentially the same. And we'll be providing the same services. So we have daycare overnight services, and also we have a spa on site. And we will, the sizes of the spaces are essentially, they're very similar. It's just a different layout.
Can we?
Sorry,
I
maybe.
suggest we hold the questions until after
Okay.
the presentation. Okay. And, I want to make sure that you and your team get, adequate time. And just for the record, there's a little, like 8.5 minutes left. So we have your report as well.
Very good. I'll be as brief as I can. My name is George Kissel. I'm the president of Okrand Kissel Associates. Office is at 141 West Jackson in Chicago. I'm a licensed architect, certified planner with over 40 years of experience. I have extensive experience here in Evanston, having testified on matters ranging from Church Street Plaza, Mather Lifeways, Ryan Field, this particular building, and of course the current location of Dogtopia at 900 Clark Street. I'm sure you all know this use was approved 4 years ago in its current location. with a text amendment that codifies the appropriateness of that use in the RP district. This proposal relocates the same use and the same operator, roughly at the same size and capacity, less than 300 feet to the west and south. Unlike most proposals that are before the Land Use Commission, this use in this general location is a known, reputable, and locally owned entity that provides an in-demand service to the community with no quantifiable negative impacts as it's been operating. In fact, the operator, who herself is an Evanston resident, is very actively engaged with local community, and her clients often patronize adjacent and surrounding businesses that, having been set out quickly, run over a discussion of the standards. With respect to the first standard, the proposed use is indeed listed as a special use in the RP district, so that standard is met. With respect to the second standard, which addresses compatibility with Evanston's comp plan, it promotes a mixed-use central business district that's attractive, convenient, and economically vibrant. It supports efforts to improve the variety of retail businesses and services in the downtown. It's also important to note that this storefront has been vacant for about a decade, despite continued efforts by prior ownership to obtain occupancy and activation. As such, Dogtopia moving to this location will be eliminating a hole in the downtown while also providing a much-desired residential service amenity to this otherwise vibrant mixed-use corridor. It encourages a compatible mix of land use in the downtown. It's important to note that downtown Evanston is a vibrant neighborhood with commercial, residential, office, service, retail, and entertainment uses coexisting. It's not a homogeneous residential enclave. All of the D districts in the RP district and the downtown allow a broad range of uses, which indicates that the legislative decision has been made by the Evanston City Council that these uses are indeed compatible with one another. Given the rising number of dog owners and the two target demographic segments for downtown housing, which would be baby boomers and millennials, allowing this service use close to current and increasing housing density where these demographic segments are choosing to live is consistent with comprehensive plan objectives. With respect for the third standard, the proposed special use is modest in size and less intense than many of the uses permitted by right in the listed special uses in the RP district. There'll be no negative cumulative impact caused by the special uses in the vicinity of the proposed location or the city as a whole. Again, this is a known local entity with a good track record and no known or perceived appreciable negative impacts. There have been no complaints from adjacent uses such as restaurants, retailers, and cinemas, the customers and employees of which would indeed be sensitive to noise and odor. Dogtopia, as you heard, is a national provider of animal care services and often locates in mixed-use environments, which include residential. As such, they have rigorous standards for mitigation of noise, odors, and wastes that are enhanced above and beyond industry standards when locating adjacent to residential uses. As a result, there's no reason to believe there'll be any issues in the proposed location. Nothing from a land use perspective, going on to the fourth standard, would have a negative impact on land values in the vicinity of the subject property. In addition, an analysis conducted in 2020 by Lindberger and Company for the same use 300 feet away indicates no negative impact on property values. The proposed special use can and has been adequately served by public facilities and services without any burden on existing resources. Due to the facility's size, its location, and nature of its operations, traffic generation will be modest and consistent with other commercial, retail, service, and entertainment uses in the area and will not cause undue congestion. Maple Avenue, like Clark Street, is not a major thoroughfare carrying large amounts of traffic. Pickup and drop-offs here take seconds rather than minutes due to sophisticated management practices, and the proposed location has similar capacity as the current, so there's no reason to expect increased congestion such that it would impact health, safety, or welfare. With respect to the last two standards, there's no historic, architectural, or environmental or natural resources at the subject property to preserve. And the final standard, the proposed facility will comply with all zoning ordinance, regulations, and other state and local ordinances as required. Given all this, I reach the same conclusion as the community development staff as set forth in the accompanying memorandum of recommendations, being that the proposed relocation of Dogtopia meets all the standards for special uses. With that, I'll conclude my presentation.
Sir, do you have other witnesses at this point, or are you?
No, they're just available if there's questions.
Okay. All right, thank you. With that, do we have commissioner questions at this point?
Yeah. Yes. Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear. I'm just trying to understand. You're currently around the corner. And when you said the reason you want to move is because you want to stay in Evanston long term, Can you just articulate a little more, like what exactly is the motivation for moving?
Sure. Our lease at 900 Clark was signed during the COVID, or actually it was prior to the COVID period. And I'm able to get some more favorable long-term rental terms at this new location. And I really want to stay around for a long time, and I have to look at things in the future, like at 10 years or 5 years down the road, how things are going to change, because there's only so, I mean, wages are high, there's only so much we can charge our customers, so I have to think about these certain fixed costs. So that is the main thing for me.
Okay. But the capacity and services and general quantity of services and nature of them you're providing are essentially exactly the same?
It's a, yes, mm-hmm,
Okay,
yeah.
thanks.
All right. Other commissioners with questions? Commissioner Berlin?
Hi, I have a few questions. So I don't have a dog, but I hear lots of good things about Dogtopia, I will say. And I do believe it contributes a lot to our community for sure. That said, I have a couple of reservations about this location. And so I want to understand a little bit better. One is, so here are my questions. You mentioned that I'm not that concerned about noise or waste, but I know that from some of the comments that a lot of people in that building are. So I think I heard you say that the guidelines are different for Dogtopia franchises if it is in a residential building as opposed to a commercial. So that's one question I have for you to start with.
In terms of noise?
Sure, yeah.
Yes, that's actually with regards to the Illinois code, and that is in the sound study report.
Mm-hmm.
And Eric could actually speak more to that. He's the acoustical engineer.
He's on the Zoom.
Yes.
Eric, can you unmute Eric?
They said there's about a 20-second lag.
This is Eric. I'm unmuted, but I'm listening to the YouTube, and it's very much delayed.
I think the question is just the bullet points, differences.
I cannot hear anybody on the
Okay,
Zoom call.
I can double check the report. Should we move on to another? It's okay, it's okay.
I can also reach out to him. We can reach out to him, and if you don't
Yeah.
mind doing that.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So the other question,
There are different standards with regard, and this is Illinois code. If you are within certain amount of distance to residential. And because of our current location, we weren't held to a higher standard. So when you walk by, you might hear some dog barking during the day. Whereas at the new location, it is held to a higher standard because residential is nearby. And so there has to be completely different noise control regarding the storefront.
Okay.
But he can go into the
that's
scientific.
fine, that's fine. But my other questions are, if you considered other locations downtown and or had a discussion, my understanding is both buildings, the one you're in now and the one that you're looking to move into, are owned by the same developer, if I read that correctly. Is that true, or did I misunderstand that? Sam, do you know? Optima Towers and the current building are owned by the same company? Is that not true? No, they're not.
Optima Views is a condo building.
Right, I
believe
thought they had the
this
same-
particular unit, with this condo unit within the Optima Towers development, is owned by the
Now
same
I
entity
understand.
that
Okay,
owns
all
the-
right. So then did you look for other locations downtown?
Yes, I did.
And there's nothing else?
It's really challenging finding something that is within walking distance, because I really would have wanted I don't want, there are certain pockets of customers, and there are certain customers that do walk their dog from their apartment or condo to this location. And so I needed that balance between, say, Northwestern, the trains, and all of that, because I think about commuting.
Yeah. Okay. So here's my biggest concern about this, and I'd love for you to address it if you have thoughts, which is I do think that, that's a condo building, and one of the big pushes or benefits of condos is that they are often single story, no steps, right? And so as people age or want to downsize, it becomes a much more appealing place to live. And I do have significant concerns about having older adults coming in and out of a building that a lot of dogs are coming in and out of, and sort of the threat to their safety. If you don't think that's a concern, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on that, but it is causing me pause.
Sure. For me, I don't necessarily have a concern regarding that because the entrances are not right next to each other. We're not walking into the same door. There are different doorways, and there's even a green space in between the doors. So it's not. I mean, yeah. I guess I don't, and I have considered that, but I don't see the issue.
Okay, thank you.
Any other people with questions? Commissioner Marichov.
One question, just comparison. How many cars are at one and the same time at your current location? Let's say at pickup, because usually that's the most concerning time.
Sure. That's a great question. And we do have peak times. So typically in the morning, our peak times are 7 to 9 for drop-offs, and then we have peak times later in the day, 4:30 to maybe 6:30. So I would say at any given time, there could be three. It varies because there might just be one at some point. So it could be, 1 to 4 cars. But we do work really hard to serve the customer very quickly. And with the app that we have, that really helps us, especially in the afternoon when we need to get the dog ready to go home. In the morning, it's pretty quick to bring them in pretty quickly. But in the afternoon, we do need to get the dog ready to go home. And so if the parent lets us know, we can have the dog ready to go, and they can go right out to the car.
And when a car stops, it is the owner that comes to your facility, picks up the dog. It's not one of your people going out.
It can go either way. It can be the owner. If the customer requests curbside service in the app, like, for example, if someone has a baby in a car seat and they don't want to leave their baby, or if they don't want to, unbundle and bring in, they will ask us to bring the dog out to the car. And we have specific protocol regarding that. We only have our shift leaders or managers take the dogs out to the car. That way we can make sure that the dog is properly secured.
And in your experience, which one is faster? If the owner comes to the facility, picks up the dog, or if somebody of your team gets out?
It's going to be faster if our team gets out.
Because
that
you
way we
have
can
this
time
problem here, because here it's let's say the street is more intensive traffic, so you may need to do this faster if car stops in front of home. Maple.
With the app, the curbside request, the pet parent can let us know if they're 15 minutes out, 10 minutes out, 5 minutes out, and when they've arrived. And so that way we can really time it to when they're there, so that way the car can move that much faster.
And one more question. I reviewed your acoustical report, and it has quite significant improvements that are suggested, including double glazing of the walls, including putting acoustical sleeves on all the piping. Are you going to do that?
Yes, absolutely. Building out a Dogtopia in any location is a significant expense. So these were not surprises to me at all, because sound is something that that neighbors or anyone is going to be more interested in. And so that's something that, when we built out our prior location, it was the same thing.
So it's included, let's call it, in your budget for this space.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Have other questions?
Oh, can I just?
Certainly. Yes.
Again, for the record, Sarah Barnes. I'm zoning counsel, just helping navigate through this. Towards your end, I think those are all really valid questions, and towards those ends, we are committed, as Sarah indicated, to all of those improvements, those sound improvements that are necessary for noise mitigation, and we would be open to having those as a condition for any approval here today. Thank you.
Okay. I've got just a couple of questions. When the dogs are boarded overnight, where do they live? Which room which room are they in?
Typically, we have the doggies in back rooms. That way they are not, disturbed by any lights from cars that might come in the front windows. And we have 3 playrooms. So, it's a similar setup to what we have right now. We have 2 playrooms in the back of our facility. One playroom is for the small dogs, and then we have and then one of the ones in the back is for larger dogs. And that's how we typically do that. The dogs play, all of our overnight dogs are daycare dogs. And so they play all day long. And so they're typically ready for bed when it's time to go to bed. And I know whenever I'm there, first thing in the morning, it's quiet. And then once they hear there's like, oh, someone's here. And then they start getting excited that, when I start going into the playrooms.
Okay. And then I guess you said you were there when the sound test was done. There's a residence right above you, right? Were they made aware that the sound test was happening, or did you hear
No, they were not disturbed. But what we plan to do, and Eric could speak more to this, is because they're, oh darn it, I might have to look at my notes in the acoustical engineering report. There is concrete at I think it's 8 inches, that is on basically all sides. And then we would be putting in the gypsum soundproofing material for that.
Okay. I just was curious as to whether or not, the resident who would be, I don't know how many units are directly above you, but it seems to me they're the ones who would be most likely to be impacted, and they're the group that, the residents that.
That's why we would be doing the most conservative approach, or maybe it's the other way around, most liberal approach in terms of putting in the soundproofing. But and you'll notice from the sound report that most of the sound that was detectable came out of the storefront. And my concern there was, well, it's going to travel to these units if someone is opening their window or using their balcony. And that's why we will be doing major mitigation on the storefront.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions at this point? Okay, I think that's great. Thank you very much. We have a request for a group presentation, I believe, and I don't know if that includes all of the residents of Optima Views, or if there are other people who we're planning on speaking, but.
There are some other people who speak too.
Okay.
But I'll speak on behalf of the group.
Okay, and again, if you've signed up to be kind of part of the group, do you know how many additional people are going to be speaking, and if they're signed up on
I think
the
once I
sign-up
just signed
sheet?
up. Yeah.
Okay,
whoever signed
all
up,
right,
yeah.
thank you.
Right.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's see. Do I have a remote here, or are you going to be forwarding? I don't see it. Somebody walked off with it, maybe, or.
It's behind the timer. Oh, Sarah, do you have the?
Thank you.
Okay.
So I'm Gulaga. Today I'm here again, but only as the president of the Optima Views Condominium Association. I have lived with dogs almost all of my life, and I appreciate them. So, but I'm here not as a dog owner, but as for human companion to dogs, but as the president. So Optimum Views is located in 1720 and 1710, the upper floors. It has about 350 human residents, lots of dogs and cats as well, in the building. Many of the residents are in their 70s, some are even in their 80s. The sidewalk in front is common, so you have a small area, and you can enter this way, which is right in front of the entrance to where this proposed site is, or you can enter from the other side. So if you're coming from the south side, you'll be coming right up front from where the entrance to the Dogtopia is. Just down on the other side is Northwestern Medicine. That also includes a physical therapy clinic, which is open till 7 p.m. So this is kind of a crowded area. You've got the Sky playground of the kids, children crossing. There's a crosswalk right after, which is in the middle of the street, to try to distribute the load of pedestrians on the two sides. So we have 4 concerns that I'll go into: traffic, pedestrian safety, noise, and hygiene, and I'll address them in turn. So there are actually 3 loading spots in front of the building. We have 75 packages that are delivered per day on average throughout the year. We have food deliveries, flower deliveries, ride share, taxi deliveries, Uber, Lyft. And if you look at the traffic, for example, from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., it's already a challenge. So this here is a video, which I will see if I can play. Just a random day right after I got this notice last week at 5:30, going all the way back, you can see. And what happens now when the postal delivery comes, sometimes in the evening, Uber trucks arrive, pickups arrive, they double park. And now cars are going around them, and right in front of where this car is the crosswalk. To the left is where the entrance would be, and then you're going into the walkway to go into the building. So adding 1 or 2 spots will not change. If you look at the entire street, it'll be all full because people are going into physical therapy. They're obviously got mobility issues. And these are also pickups and drop-offs because, as you saw, everybody had their light blinking. And if you see, even if you look at the current situation, even if you added a spot back there and removed the trees or whatever, you have an issue. And on Saturday mornings, of course, we also have the farmers market, and you have lots of people walking through here in the morning hours. So it's already a challenge. There's a line of illegally stopped cars. If you add a couple of spots, they become legally stopped. I took a random picture on a cold day. If I waited 10 more minutes, there would be a delivery truck, which would be double parked, and things would be going around. And you see, if you look in front of Dogtopia, you might have these 4 cars. Sometimes they're taking illegal U-turns or legal U-turns, I don't know. It's an issue for pedestrians. If you add another row here, you can see the danger to the other side, to children, to the older people coming out. So it's a serious issue. I don't know how it's addressed by just having a couple of more spots, which is already, you can see they're being used even when they're not there, to get a second line, second row of cars with 4 cars coming to pick up, and then a delivery truck coming to proceed. There's an issue of pedestrian safety. I know dogs. Dogs are enthusiastic when they meet their human companions. They can be playful, they can jump. And now you have people in wheelchairs, some of them, frail people, older people walking, children walking. And these enthusiastic dogs will pose a hazard. They will jump, they will move. Even if they're well-behaved dogs, they get excited. And that's quite natural behavior for dogs. You cannot control that. They interact with each other. Sometimes they'll be growling. I've seen them snarl at each other, even though once they're on leash, dogs can get aggressive and they snarl. So now you've got some older person walking, a couple of dogs snarl in front of them, and you have an issue. There are children walking, crossing to the sky zone, and there are even some families with children in optima views with the entrance right there walking through. Let's talk about barking dogs. We have residents, both human and animal. Dogs left overnight can become agitated. They're away from home. The floors of optima views are not constructed to block such noises. Now, they say that they will block the noise, and there's a city ordinance that says you cannot have noises that disturb people. Unfortunately, much as I'm an animal rights person, the law does not recognize dogs as animals, as humans, or as persons, I should say. The term is used persons, and animals are not in the law given any right as persons. So there's an ordinance that says that noise cannot disturb persons. There's nothing that would tell us or protect us from disturbing other dogs. And if you know dogs, they possess a hearing that's far more sensitive than humans. So now you could have barking dogs in the kennel, and dogs upstairs bark. Our walls are not there to withstand dog barking, and we may have a symphony and a nuisance all over that we have no recourse to because their dogs in the dog kennel with 100+ dogs in there are not being heard by people. They're being heard by dogs. Moreover, the soundproofing material, incidentally, is a fire hazard. Part of this structure above it, we have got a garage, we've got EV charging, we will have 41 EV slots. Every slot is going to be EV ready. I've seen to that, to make this garage. And there's a serious issue in flammability of these materials that require regular inspections. I don't see a fire report in there. There's the issue of dog nuisances. There's a nice area there. You can see nothing is growing there. Dogs come out and they will often, defecate, urinate. And there's the fire department has nicely put a dog urinal there. In front of our building is flower beds, which make the street nicer. We spend some $16,000, $20,000 a year paying for groundskeeping. It would be hard to keep that area clean because this is just the natural behavior of dogs. And if you have 100 dogs, 100+ dogs coming out, then there's a serious issue of hygiene. There's an issue of how the refuse will be processed. They will put it in dumpsters in the back. And we have a patio garden. We have got air intakes. And how does it go from those dumpsters into the air intakes? That's a serious issue on the refuse. And I'm actually not sure in this location, you've got 100 dogs. What if there's a fire? Speaking of it, what do? You let the 100 dogs out on the street? 110 dogs is their capacity. Do you let them out on the street or do you let them perish? There's no area outside that's fenced, and it's a very busy area with lots of cars going. So it's another concern, although I guess the Land Use Commission, I don't know if that falls into the appropriateness. It should, but we should have some concern for the safety of the dogs. Certainly the fire department should be involved. So I would urge the Land Use Commission to reject the request. The Dogtopia as it is, except for the safety of the dogs, is in an appropriate location currently. The new location would not be appropriate, and just for them to save money in the long term is not good enough reason to cause a safety hazard and put it in a residential area right under our building. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I have you, since you're the condo president. You do allow dogs in the residents can have dogs. Is barking an issue within your units?
We have rules against it, and they would be very hard to enforce if they're reacting to other dogs. I mean, there's just so much an owner can do. And when a dog is left alone, sometimes we have that issue. And we do have a regulation against it.
Yeah, and how do you resolve it when that happens?
Then the owner has to, take care and have some dog walker come in and take the dog out. And,
okay.
And then, we have a 1-to-1 ratio, and here your ratio with 110 dogs, they have whatever, 10, 11 employees, that ratio isn't going to be the same. So it's a very different situation.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
And of course, they can be muzzled, which is not so nice. But, or
Okay,
printed.
thank
Yeah,
you.
Thanks.
All right. Oh. No, we've got we just have a few people signed up. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now, we have several individuals that have signed up to speak. If you're part of this group, you don't, that Mr. Aga is represented, you don't necessarily have to speak, but the people on the names I have are Kyle Nevins. Okay. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name's Kyle Navins, and I've been a resident of Evanston for 5 years. I'm here tonight because I'm deeply concerned about the scale and impact of the 900 Clark Street high-rise proposal. While the hearing tonight specifically addresses allowing Dogtopia to move into a different building, we must recognize the reality behind this request. This relocation is only happening because the developers plan to clear the site for a high-rise. Currently, this site is home to businesses that serve our community. However, we are now looking at a project that would displace these establishments in favor of a massive tower that feels fundamentally out of step with Evanston needs. The project proposes 358 residential dwellings. While it includes 10% inclusionary housing, the math on the remaining units is telling. Between the 168 studio apartments and 148 one-bedroom apartments, 87% of this building is designed for high turnover, single occupancy living. By packing 316 small units into a single tower, the developer is prioritizing transient density over long-term community stability. This isn't designed for families or for people to put down roots. It's designed to maximize developer profit while offering zero long-term investment in our neighborhood. Another glaring issue is the complete absence of resident parking. The developers expect 358 households to rely entirely on the Metro and CTA. While we all value transit-oriented development, we must be honest about the current reality. Public perception of the CTA's reliability and safety is low. By building zero parking, the developer isn't solving traffic problems or being greener. They are simply offloading their parking costs onto the city streets and existing municipal garages. They're asking the taxpayers of Evanston to provide the infrastructure that they refuse to build themselves. While I'm sure the developers believe they have Evanston's best interests at heart, this proposal tells a different story. The benefits here go to the developer's bottom line, while the burdens fall entirely on the people who already live and pay the taxes here. I ask the commission to consider the long-term health of our downtown. We need developments that encourage stability and provide their own infrastructure. This proposal does neither. I urge you to reject these plans. Thank you.
I'd like to remind, I'd like to remind everyone that the proposal for 900 Clark Street is not on our agenda this evening, and we'll consider that in due course when the project comes to us. In the meantime, the hearing tonight is really about Dogtopia and whether or not the proposed new location is appropriate. So I allowed you to make your statement, but I would ask that everyone else, the other speakers on this list, focus on the item before us. Thank you.
I do think that relates.
They're different, yeah, they may relate, but they're different projects, and we have to consider the project before us. Next speaker is Pat Blumen.
Hello, I'm Pat Blumen. I also live at Optima Views. I want to
Sorry about that.
I want to concur with everything that Gul said, but I also want to enhance a few things. So when I heard this project was a possibility, I went over, introduced myself to Ms. Lewis, and expressed my concerns at the time, which were articulated and, a lot of what you've heard. At the time, she told me that she was working with the city to identify different pickup and drop-off locations than the spots in front of our building. And I said to her, I'm a resident from the beginning in that building, and I said, are you talking about the alley? And she said, no. And I said, well, having lived there the whole time, I can tell you there isn't any other way to get in, so I'm not sure what you're talking about. But so I was looking forward to having that get addressed here as a different option. But as Gould also figured out, the 3 spots that we have that are now pickup and drop-off spots are used all the time. And, 110 pickups and drop-off of dogs 2 times a day, there isn't room for them. And I think the idea of having them go into the Maple Avenue garage, which is what I see as the only option, I'm not sure that's a great option for their customers. I don't have any problem with her business. It sounds like I don't particularly like dogs, but it sounds like a great business, and people seem to be happy. While I was talking to her for about 15 minutes at 10 o'clock in the morning, which was not a peak drop-off time, there were at least 12 or 15 drop-offs. So it isn't just the morning times and the evening times. They seem to be busy at all times. So the other thing I wanted to just say, not only does Northwestern have a physical therapy clinic right down the street from where we're going to propose to be, but there are 4 other physical therapy clinics within a block of that building. And there are frail people who are disabled and varying stages of recovery who are making their way down the sidewalk to get to whatever clinic that they have to go to. So to have, again, all of these dogs, who are on leashes and try to navigate around them without falling. I'm 80 years old, I'm in physical therapy, and I am having trouble walking without having all those dogs around. So the other thing I wanted to just mention was the sound study. When I first talked to Sarah told me that they were going to be using the developer of the 900 Clark building for the acoustical tests. Now, and she said that Dogtopia also has their own standards. But I had said that they have been completely unreliable with every other contact we've had with them, and that would not be satisfactory. In addition to that, the sound travels from the ground floor, and when she said that their sound study showed that the sound went out the storefront, the sound travels up from the street. It's like a sound canyon. I'm on the 20th floor, right over where this area, where her spot would be. And for example, when the movie theater lets out, and there's people on the street talking, lots of people, I literally can hear every word they're saying in the summer when my windows are open. I can hear every word they're saying from the street, 20 floors up. So if the sound is going to the storefront area, where's it going to go after that? It's going to go up. So
can you wrap it up, please?
I will. And the poop that's going to be in the back, we already have so many rats there that it just cringes me to think about how many more we're going to get if there's more poop in the back.
All right, thank you. Next up is Chris Porty.
Hi, my name's Chris Doherty, and I'm
Doherty,
also
I'm
at
sorry.
That's okay. I'm at 1720 Maple also. I just want to comment on one thing which I noticed when I read the materials relating to this. The idea that the owners, the dog owners, walk significant distance with their dogs to get to this place. I walk every day. Actually, I walk twice a day. I walk by this place all the time. I've never seen any person bring a dog in there other than by stopping in front of the building and taking their dog out of the car. Nobody in the neighborhood walks there. Nobody walks from a garage. Nobody parks around the corner. They stop right there, and it doesn't matter if they double park or have to do a U-turn or whatever. That actually isn't that bad on Clark Street right now because there's not that much traffic over there. And there are 6 or 7 spots out there that aren't continuously occupied. In front of our building, it's always parked up, as Ghoul indicated. They will be double parked out there, running in and out with their dogs, and it's almost always the dog owners, it's not the people who work at the Dogtopia. So I do think that the biggest issue with this, I'm not going to pick on all the other issues, which I agree with, the biggest issue is that this is not a place for cars to be lined up like this all during the daytime. And I think it's unrealistic to think that people are going to park their cars somewhere else and walk their dogs, or park in the garage and walk their dogs. They're going to be double parked out in front of, on Maple. And it's going to be very problematic. It's probably the city's capital of U-turns right now, and it's going to be far worse when this Dogtopia opens. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next on my list is Leah Roystein. I'm not very good at writing this evening. I apologize.
Okay, Leah Rustin, and I also live in 1720 Maple. And I support everything that has been said against this business. I've been living in Evanston for 20 years. I don't see that the city downtown is going the right way. I will not feel safe in this area because everything that I don't want to repeat again what was said until now, all the issues, I don't feel safe. I don't feel that the cars turning around, double parking, people crossing, I don't feel safe. Second, I will talk about the floors. If you have a neighbor that is noisy, even there is cement between you can still hear it. If somebody is walking on high heels, I will hear it. So the whole thing about noise and blocking is not real. And third, I have to say, we're paying a lot of taxes to live some high quality life. And I don't see that will happen if we will have business that will put a lot of stress on our lives, going to physical therapy, people are going to physical therapy, all that is not something that we should accept in our neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And the last person on this item I have on my list is Kathy Oswald.
Hi, I'm Kathy Oswald, and I also live at 1720 Maple. I've lived there for about 20 years. I just have 2 short items. I agree with everything that Gull said, but my 2 specific issues are, if you observe where most dog care facilities are, they're not adjacent to residential areas. They're industrial parks, they're between businesses, they're in open areas, or they're on a commercial strip, or they're in a standalone building. If you even look at the Evanston Animal Shelter, that's in a standalone building. So my concern is that it's just directly adjacent to residential apartments. And I also have a concern about the double parking. It's really busy right along there. Usually all the parking spots are taken, or many are taken, and I think there would be a lot of problem with double parking if this were to go through. So I request that you not accept this proposition. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, did I miss anyone who intended to speak? It was not part of the group? Okay, in that case, I'd like to call the applicant up for a closing statement if you would like. Oh, is there anyone on Zoom that I missed other than your witnesses? Don't believe so. All right. Sorry about that.
Well, I really appreciate the time that you've allowed me to go over our operations and what this business has meant to me and what it means to my customers as well as my team members. And we would really appreciate the opportunity to move around the corner. It's just a few steps away from our current place, but it will set us up for a long-term future, so that way, from a financial perspective, it makes sense for a business like ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, with that, I will close the record for public testimony. So at this point, we'll begin commission deliberations. So general thoughts? Commissioner Berlin.
I have a question for staff. I do agree. I think maybe Commissioner Kay said that Maple is pretty different than Clark. I think that's a true statement as it relates to traffic. I am curious, and I think those are the only two things that make this different from the current location. It is only 300 feet. It is. Maple is a lot busier than Clark and is already congested in a way Clark isn't. Maple is residential and Clark is not. So those are the two things I'm trying to work through here. Has there been a conversation, and if so, if this isn't even an option from the staff perspective, my question next to the business owner would be, is this a deal breaker for you guys? Would it kill business? So I'm not necessarily suggesting this. I'm just trying to think how to thread the needle here, because I do think it's a great business to have downtown. Has there been discussion? Is it realistic to do this in a way where people are not parking in front of that building? And it's hard to see directing people into a garage. I'm just wondering if there's been a discussion and if you feel like that's a total deal breaker for your business.
Okay.
Do you want me to answer, Megan, or?
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
You get to go.
In this context, I'm not so sure. I mean, their current location has 30-minute paid parking spaces out front of their business. Currently, there isn't an on-street loading zone on Clark, whereas in this location, there are currently 3 existing loading spaces and then timed metered spaces beyond that. So in a way, this location from that standpoint is a little bit better than the other. We did have discussions about potentially, and that's in the report, about potentially either expanding that loading zone on Maple Street by 1 additional space or converting it from a 2-hour paid space, which is what it is right now, to 1 30-minute space to help with the loading situation on Maple. But that's it, to my knowledge.
Yeah, I did see that in the report. I just thought fundamentally there's just so much more traffic, and there are cars that are double parked in Maple at this point because you also have the weed dispensary on the other side of the parking lot. There's just a lot going on there. Yeah. So I was just curious.
And the way that we looked at it too was that, their operations plan, it is a lot more time managed than you see other private companies too. I myself use doggy daycare, not with Dogtopia, but with someone else in Chicago. And the way that they use their apps, it allows people to reserve pickup and drop off at certain times. And so we certainly took that into consideration too, versus just a free for all situation.
Sure. No, I believe that. Thank you.
Okay. Other commissioners with thoughts about this project? Commissioner Johnson.
I have a couple of questions for city staff. Are these questions for Megan?
Yes. Yeah. You can do city staff. You just can't ask for the applicant anymore.
Okay. So the current the Maple Avenue garage there, that's about 80 yards away. What is the general occupancy load of that garage? I mean, is it typically full? Is it typically 80% full? Is it typically 50% full? Do you have any kind of ballpark estimate is good enough as far as what I'm asking for?
Yes, I would have to ask our parking staff for those estimates. I think it probably varies, but there is still some capacity for increased leasing
Okay.
of parking spaces.
And did the city's parking staff have any concerns with potentially increasing the occupancy load of that garage due to this establishment moving slightly closer to the garage?
Right, yeah, so there were a couple of comments, both from the staff that handles our parking garages and on-street parking, as well as engineering staff that mentioned the amount of use of this parking spaces currently. And that's where we do have some discussions, as Jeremiah mentioned, about different options for changing maybe that 2-hour parking to 30-minute parking, or adding an additional loading space to offset that. So that was something that was brought up, and those are continued discussions that have occurred. And I think I included those comments in the staff report, where the parking staff specifically said no double parking.
Right.
We can avoid it. So, and again, in order to avoid that double parking, we would need to have those continued discussions about the existing loading spaces and parking spaces in front.
And thank you for those staff recommendations regarding the changing of the configuration of the street parking. I guess my general question is, the city's traffic engineers and the city's parking management personnel, with those staff recommendations and those changes, do they feel that Maple Avenue and the Maple Garage can handle this increased use in this new location in comparison to what's currently there, which is a vacant storefront that's been vacant for a decade?
I think with the review that was done, I don't think there were any huge concerns. There was definitely an acknowledgement that there's an increased use there, but I don't think there was any heavy, serious concerns about a lack of capacity for a business moving around the corner to that space.
Okay. Related but separate question. This is in concern to the double parking, which was there any conversation within city staff with the personnel that work in parking enforcement? Because, mitigating it seems like the pervasive double parking that happens throughout our fair city, and the pervasive choice of delivery drivers, Uber drivers, whatever, to park in a public way rather than pulling into a legal space. It seems to me that that's a parking enforcement issue that really isn't the purview of us. But did anybody from parking enforcement chime in and say, if these guys are approved to move, we'll add more patrols on Maple? Are those conversations any part of this?
I don't think that was specifically brought up, but that's absolutely a part of, I think, ongoing discussions with parking in general in the city. But for this particular spot, I don't think anyone mentioned that specifically.
Okay, and I understand that's outside of our purview, but that might be a comment to one's alderman.
Any other thoughts on this project?
Yeah, I have some questions. I think I know the answer to this by looking at it, but is the alley an option? It doesn't look like it has an exit at that end, does it?
We'll defer to staff that's looked at it, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't believe so, and that's privately used, to my knowledge, for residents of Optima Views, and then as a loading area too for trash pickup and other uses kind of related on that front.
Right, okay. And the current existing loading zone is a 30-minute limit, is that right? 30-minute?
Yes, 30-minute limit. Yep.
And do we know, is that mainly used for Optima, or is that also spots taken by Enterprise? Do we have any idea?
It is. It's public parking, so it is reserved for anyone using it legally for loading purposes. Now, I understand that it is located out front Optima Views. and was potentially added when that building was built to help accommodate some of the needs associated for loading and unloading, especially when a residential component is added. But at the end of the day, it is in the public right of way, and it is reserved for everyone on that street.
Sure. Okay. So I think parking definitely makes sense on this one with just the amount of traffic on Maple versus on Clark. But I noticed that in that kind of inlet where there's already 3 loading zones, there are 2 additional paid spots that maybe if we made those 2 spots instead of just 1 loading zone, that may take some of the burden off too. But
would it be possible to make the loading zones 15-minute loading zones as opposed to 30-minute? I mean, just as one possible additional piece to put in your discussions.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure about what our policy is around the timing of it. We'd obviously have to get it approved through the parking division. And like I said, the conversation is ongoing with them as to how that area should be changed in order to accommodate this use. If it does move forward, my hope is to have that ironed out before we go to city council with the project.
Well, I guess I'm generally supportive of this project with the expansion of the loading zones. I drive this stretch of Maple fairly regularly, and I would note that because Church is one way heading east, and it's pretty wide, even the double parking isn't necessarily, in my experience, it hasn't been a huge issue. I actually walked to visit the site on Saturday afternoon, and the loading zone was wide open at that particular point. The 2 parking spaces were used. So my concern was with the soundproofing. So I think that to make sure that the residents above are not impacted. So I'm generally supportive of this project. So I don't know if others want to share their views on that. Commissioner Johnson.
I will. I just remembered one more question, if I can, for city staff. Since we approved their previous location, have you received any complaints?
We have not. We aren't aware of any issues that have come up to our knowledge. There's not been any formal complaints that we've seen.
Okay. I mean, any issues with any city departments of your knowledge?
Not to our knowledge.
Okay. I mean, Madam Chair, to answer your question, I'm generally supportive of this project as well, with the conditions that staff has recommended. Right. We carefully looked at their business operations the last go around. We approved this. There have not been any major issues with their current location. They're moving right around a corner to an area that, yes, is busy, but does have parking capacity. And there are, venues or avenues for increasing parking enforcement, but that is kind of outside our purview. And I do think that that this project meets the standards, which I'm sure you'll go through in just a couple minutes.
Yes. I presume, actually, I think, would you like to, anyone? Okay.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
And this is also for city staff, and so I'm just chewing on this. I think I can get on board with this, and it sounds like enforcement's outside of our purview, but that might be something to anticipate if it goes to city council. And this might be a question for my colleagues and for staff, but one of the standards is like impact on surrounding home values, which is obviously really subjective. I think it's a little curious to put such a potentially controversial, only in this context. Usually doggy daycare wouldn't be, but in this context, a controversial business into a large condo building, right? These are owned units. And so they will come up for sale when the current owners want to leave them. And unlike like a grocery store on the main floor or a coffee shop. Like this is something that some people might object to. On the flip side, it's something some people might be really excited about. So I've just been like gnawing on that idea of, does it change like the saleability of condo units to have sort of a controversial?
But you allow pets in that condo building to begin with, so.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
Somebody may or may not want a unit next to
Yeah.
somebody with a dog, and other people
Yeah.
would be happy to have a dog-friendly building, so.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Dog-friendly building. Okay, thank you.
Oh.
That was my only question.
That's my response to that. Okay.
Can you remind me at what point we add conditions if we'd like a condition?
We could review the conditions. I was going to just read the conditions and see if there are others.
Got it.
Probably would be better to discuss any additional conditions now before I go through the standards, because obviously the conditions may influence somebody's position on the standards. So the department recommendation for conditions would be the hours of operation remain 6:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 10 to 5 p.m. Saturday and Sunday. Number 2, employees are not to park on the street during hours of operation. Number 3, the applicant will continue to work with the city on establishing additional on-street short-term parking spaces in front of the property on Maple Avenue, and I presume that includes loading zone in addition to changing the requirements.
I was going to say, if we want to, we can add end loading. I think it did say that in an iteration and just didn't make it into this final one, and that was a miss on our part. But that was the intention.
Short-term parking space, parking and loading spaces.
Correct.
Okay. Number 4, prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall execute a lease with the city for 2 additional parking stalls within the city-owned Maple Avenue garage facility, and that's for staff. Prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall submit to the zoning administrator a contingency plan for those times when an owner fails to claim his or her animal. Number 6, the applicant shall construct associated improvements to the subject property as described herein, as authorized by the terms of this ordinance and is substantial compliance with all applicable code requirements, and the applicant's testimony and representations to the Land Use Commission, the P&D Committee, and City Council, and finally, the applicant will record the ordinance approving the special use with the Cook County Recorder of Deeds.
Does number 6 include the recommended improvements in the acoustical report?
I was going to say, based on the testimony, say that is one that you might want to just make sure that it's clear that those recommendations will be added as a condition of approval. And I believe they said they were amenable to that, but I just want them to confirm for the record.
Okay.
So would you like to make a motion on adding that condition?
I certainly can. Are there any other conditions that people are interested in adding?
Yeah, it seems like I'll ask city staff. It seems like just one spot is being considered right now as additional short-term parking. Is it possible to extend that, and would that be something we add to the condition?
That's actually one that we just did. That's number
3, but it seems like in our documents it was just highlighted as one spot instead of the 2 paid spots that are there. And I didn't know if we could dictate how many.
Yeah, the condition is written as such so that it's flexible enough for that. So it just says the applicant will continue to work with the city on establishing additional on-street short-term parking or loading spaces in front of the property on Maple Avenue. And that is intended to keep it flexible so that we can come to a resolve on that, but not be limited.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. With that, do you?
Sure. Okay. I will go ahead and make a motion. to recommend approval of the special use request.
Oh, did we? I thought we were doing the condition on the soundproofing first.
Excuse me, sorry, you're right, I'm jumping ahead.
And I will go through the standards. Let's do that.
My bad. All right. I will move then to just add that the applicant shall plan to make all improvements as recommended in the acoustical report.
Residents are included in the soundproofing.
I second.
Excuse me. Second.
I second.
Okay.
Involve residents in the soundproofing. Don't forget about the.
Excuse me, you're out of order.
Yeah, no.
Excuse us.
No, we're deliberating at this point. Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I think we'll do a roll call vote on this.
Clarification, this is the motion related to the addition of the condition, correct?
Correct.
And related to making sure that the improvements recommended by the sound consultant are implemented.
Commissioner Aravalo,
Yes.
Commissioner Berlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Harris-Ferry,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Mangum,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodinchev,
Yes.
Commissioner Pucktell,
Yes.
Chair Lindwall.
Yes, with 8 in favor and none against, the condition is added. And now at this point, I will go through the standards. Number 1, it's one of the special uses specifically listed in the zoning ordinance. Both the daycare center, domestic animal, and kennels are special uses within the RP Research Park District. Number 2, it is in keeping with the purposes and policies of the adopted comprehensive general plan and the zoning ordinance as amended from time to time. The proposed special use is compliant with the comprehensive general plan and zoning ordinance. It will fill a vacant space on a street with a mix of uses, including residential, offices, retail, restaurant, healthcare, and promotes the goal of retaining and enhancing diversity of businesses, commercial and industrial areas as desirable locations of economic activity. Number 3, it will not cause a negative cumulative impact when its effect is considered in conjunction with the cumulative effect of various special uses of all types on the immediate neighborhood and the effect of the proposed type of special use upon the city as a whole. This represents a relocation of an existing facility, does not add any new similar doggy daycare kennels to the immediate vicinity. 4, it does not interfere with or diminish the value of property in the neighborhood. Jogtopia currently operates across the street from the proposed site and has not had any issues to staff's knowledge. We do not believe there are no negative impacts to property values anticipated with the proposed relocation. Number 5, it can be adequately served by public facilities and services. The proposed site is within an existing building served by public services and facilities and infrastructure. It does not cause undue traffic congestion. The proposed special use is not anticipated to increase traffic congestion beyond which is already present within the immediate vicinity. Supervised pickup and drop-off and leasing of the additional parking spaces and the proposed changes included in the conditions related to loading should help mitigate the traffic in the area. 7, it preserves significant historical and architectural resources. The building and property where the use it will be located is not historically significant. It's an attractive building, but not historically significant. It preserves significant natural environmental features. And there are really, the proposed use is going to go into an existing storefront. Therefore, this is really not an applicable condition or standard. And finally, it complies with all other applicable regulations of the district in which it is located and other applicable ordinances, except to the extent that such regulations have been modified through the plan development process or the grant of a variation. The proposal will comply with all applicable regulations. Is everyone in agreement with my standards? Okay. With that, now you can make a motion.
Thank you. Okay, I move that we recommend approval of the special use request in the case of 1710 Maple Avenue, case 25 ZM JV-0051, including all of the conditions outlined in the packet beginning on page 60, and in addition to the one about adding the one condition we added about making changes in accordance with the recommendations in the acoustical report.
I second.
Okay, it's been moved in second. Would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Aravallo?
Yes.
Commissioner Berlin?
No.
Commissioner Harris-Ferry?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Mangum?
No.
Commissioner Murinchev?
Yes.
Commissioner Paktel?
Yes.
Chair Lindwall?
Yes. So with 6 in favor and 2 opposed, the motion carries. So this positive recommendation will be forwarded on to the City Council for their consideration. Okay. With that, that concludes this case. And next up is, thank you. Next up is 3434 Central Street, Kensington School. I know we probably will not be able to get through the entire case, but I'm hoping we can do at least the initial presentation. So I guess, first of all, staff, would you, whose is this, and will you please read it into the record?
Absolutely. The applicant, Charles Marlis of the Kensington School, has submitted an application requesting approval of a special use for a planned development and a special use for a daycare center child to allow construction of a 19,952 square foot daycare with 38 parking spaces in the R2 single family residential zoning district. As part of this application, the applicant has requested 6 site development allowances as outlined within the staff memo. The applicant may seek, and the Land Use Commission may consider additional site development allowances as may be necessary or desirable for the proposed development. As noted in the staff memo to the Land Use Commission, staff is recommending approval of the application subject to several conditions of approval.
All
right, you ready for me? Can you hear me? All right, good evening. My name is Chuck Marlis. I'm one of the owners of Kensington School. We're here this evening to present my family's latest effort to bring a Kensington school to Evanston. And I'm joined by the following members of our team. Reverend Kurt Condra, who's the senior minister with Unity Church. Mark Montana, who's Unity's real estate advisor. Lance Lauderdale is Kensington School's architect and director of development. Jim Kapustiak is our civil engineer with Spaceco. Michael Worthman is our traffic engineer with KLOA, and Melissa Klotz is with MK Development Advisors. Recognize a few familiar faces from our previous applications before this commission several years ago. as well as some new ones. So I'd like to just begin by sharing a little brief history of Kensington School, if I may. Kensington School was founded about 57 years ago by my mother, Barbara Marlis. She unfortunately can't be here tonight. She's 85 years old, but still remains very active in the business. And her first school was a modest operation located in a rented room in a church in LaGrange and served just 19 children. And over the years, Kensington's grown thoughtfully and deliberately. And during my 32-year career with the business, we've expanded to operate 15 schools throughout the Chicagoland area while remaining 100% family-owned and operated to this day. Kensington schools pride themselves on educational excellence. We understand how critical the early years of childhood development is, and we truly put education first. We're very intentional about serving communities that share this commitment, which is why we're here in Evanston this evening. School operations. So we've been working really hard to bring Kensington School to Evanston since 2018. And about 5 years in this application, or maybe 3.5 or 4 actually for this application with this location. And we're really excited that our values of family and community align so well with the hardworking families of this community. We know that families at Evanston hold early child education in the highest regard. And while we could speak at length about the educational benefits of a Kensington school, we also recognize that the operational details, particularly traffic and daily site activity, are more important considerations that deserve careful attention. So I'll speak a little bit to that. Kensington serves families with children from ages from 6 weeks to 5 years old, as traditional childcare would. As these youngest learners cannot navigate the parking lot during drop-off and pickup themselves, we require parents and guardians to park their car and bring children into the school. Kensington schools, like most full-day childcare programs, operate from 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. And morning drop-off does not occur at a single peak time, but rather takes place gradually between hours of approximately 6:30 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. So a gradual drop-off for about 3 hours in the morning as families arrive on their own staggered schedules. Teachers arrive over the same time frame to support those students. So a teaching staff of roughly 26 total teachers of the day will arrive at the same period of time as those students. From mid-morning through early afternoon, roughly 9:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m., the site's relatively quiet, with students in classrooms, staff in place, and minimal vehicular activity. Afternoon pickup of children begins around 3:30 or 4 p.m., and like morning drop-off occurs slowly and steadily over several hours until the end of the day around 6:30 p.m. This operational model has been used successfully at all of our schools for decades and has proven to function smoothly and predictably. So very dissimilar to that of a preschool drop-off pattern where parents would park their cars and teachers would come out and meet at the sidewalk. This is a parent drop-off, parent-guardian drop-off and pickup model, similar to other childcare or full-day programs around Evanston and the various other communities. This established approach, combined with new initiatives that we're introducing in Evanston, such as sustainable drop-off programs that incentivize eco-friendly transportation and ride-sharing through tuition discounts, will further support safe, efficient, and well-managed traffic flow on site. There's been much discussion and speculation in prior hearings regarding our on-site traffic and whether parking will be sufficient. And this Evanston location, really reminds me very, very much of our Park Ridge School that we, also, purpose-built maybe 2020 or 2021. It's also situated along a very busy thoroughfare on Northwest Highway, adjacent to a residential neighborhood, and is comparable in size. It's licensed for about 162 children, so a few children less than this Evanston location, and operates with only 31 parking spaces, which is 7 parking spaces less than this Evanston location. Let's see, what else was I going to say here? We've received no neighborhood complaints related to parking or traffic. All drop-off, pickup, and teaching staff park on site. Daily operations there have been consistent, orderly, well-managed, and we expect the same outcome here at Evanston. So as I mentioned before, we've been working on this project for a little more than 3.5 years. And I want to thank the leadership and congregation at Unity Church for their patience and partnership through a long and thoughtful process. And just as importantly, I want to thank the many neighbors who have taken time to engage with us and offer their support. Throughout this process, we've learned a great deal and have made meaningful changes to our plan in direct response to community feedback. We spent many hours walking the area, meeting with neighbors, sharing diagrams and handouts, making ourselves available to anyone who had reached out, either directly to us or through Councilmember Suffredin. To ensure full transparency, we also created a shared Google Drive so neighbors could access and review all relevant information, even before it was posted on the city's website. When we first began this process, our plan included full access on Grosse Pointe with a shared driveway with the cooperative next door. After listening to feedback from council members here and neighbors, that approach was revised to provide the co-op with its own dedicated driveway on Central Avenue, while limiting access on Grosse Pointe to a right-in, right-out configuration. We also heard concerns that traffic could cut through the neighborhood to the west and avoid the signal at Central. And in response to that, we further modified the plan to limit access on Central to a left-in, right-out only access drive, eliminating that possibility and addressing those neighborhood concerns. Prior discussions with this commission also focused on the easement between Unity Church and the co-op, which dates back to the 1950s. That issue has now been resolved through a summary judgment in Cook County Court, resulting in the co-op having a separate dedicated access and dedicated utilities should this plan be approved. We believe these changes reflect our commitment to being responsive, collaborative, and good long-term neighbors. We recognize that the land use decisions are complex, that there can be differing perspectives on the best use for any property with respect to on any property. With respect to careful review and thoughtful discussion, this commission has brought to this application, and we have worked intentionally to listen, adjust, and address the concerns raised along the way. We believe a Kensington school represents a responsible and compatible use of this site, one that meets a clear and demonstrated need for high-quality early childhood education for working families in Evanston. And early childhood care is a critical community service, and locating it close to where families live and work reduces commuting pressures while strengthening family stability. From an operational standpoint, the school is a low-impact daytime use with no late-night activity and no weekend presence. We've also committed to a proven traffic management strategies, including staggered schedules, staff drop-off and pickup, and sustainable transportation incentives, all designed to ensure safe, orderly, and uncongested site operations. Beyond operations, Kensington schools are long-term community partners. We invest in our schools heavily, create stable local jobs, and build lasting relationships with the families and neighborhoods we serve. Our presence also supports the local economy by enabling parents to remain active in the workforce and by generating consistent tax and economic benefits for the city. At its core, this proposal aligns with Evanston's strong commitment to education, families, and thoughtful development, and for these reasons, we believe this application represents a positive and appropriate use of the property, and we respectfully request your support. So thanks very much. I'll now turn this discussion over to Lance Lauderdale, our architect.
Hello, my name is Lance Lauderdale, and I've been working with Kensington for about 25 years. We've licensed architect, general contractor. Now I basically act as an owner's representative, and we hire those consultants. But I'm involved day to day with Kensington on all of their projects. And this is probably my 15th project where we needed to go in front of commissions and municipalities to make sure we were sited and designed and zoned correctly. As far as the site plan goes, obvious components, we have our 19,000 square foot, 2-story building, We have a playground that's required, and of course, parking. And as Chuck mentioned, the access to Central was modified, and the access to Grosse Pointe was modified based on your commission's comments, city's comments, staff's, and IDOT. Also, as he mentioned, the existing easement, access easement for the co-op was directly in the middle of the site that shared through the shared parking with the church, and we were able to dedicate that to the west to where it's for their sole use and not ours. There's 38 parking spots, 2 accessible. I'll let Jim from Space Coast speak later about a stormwater detention vault that's also under our parking lot. We have permeable pavers. And staff, as Chuck mentioned, from day one, we had a couple of iterations where the building could be on one side of the site or the other. Everyone decided this is the best place for the building as a buffer with the yard to residential, and put the parking near the busy intersection on Grosse there. And we think it's a great plan. And the site's about 1.17 acres. And the exterior of the building is brick, limestone, and composite siding. The shingles are asphaltic. And moving on to the plans, there's 2 stories. Hard to see here, but I'm sure you've got it in your packet. But there's 6 classrooms on the first floor. Ages range from infants to 2-year-olds, and on the second floor, there's 4 classrooms, a computer lab, and arts room. And each classroom has its own toilet facilities. Obviously, there's elevators, exit stairs, fully sprinkled, full fire alarm system. And on the rooftop, the way we've designed it, like we've done in other schools, there's a mansard roof that's decorative. So we have a flat area inside, and it's about 8 foot tall, and that allows us to put the HVAC equipment, room for a solar farm, and potential green roof that you can't see from ground level. And I'll let Jim Kapustiak talk about the easements and utilities.
Thank you, Lance. Again, my name is Jim Kapustiak with Spaceco. We're the civil engineer for the project. And real quick here, on this slide here shows the preliminary utility drawing that we prepared. And just for way of reference, where the laser pointer showing here is where the existing access drive to the co-op parking area is in this area right here. And then the existing sewer service for the co-op runs in the same general area, as well as the water service. So in the proposed condition, the sanitary service, it will be relocated and rerouted, kind of following the path of the relocated dedicated access to the co-op, westerly and then north up to the existing sewer line in Central Street. And the existing water service will be relocated southeast along the south property line and connect to the existing public water main in Grosse Pointe Road. As part of this, and as part of in conformance with the summary judgment, a plat of easement will be prepared granting new easements over these relocated facilities, again, including the access drive, the sanitary service line for the co-op, and the water service for the co-op. This plat of easement will be submitted to the city as part of the permit review, and will also be submitted as part of to the courts as part of the summary judgment for the regarding the easements. This, I just wanted to touch on this this relocated access drive will have a landscape buffer along the west side of it between the property line and the access drive. And on the east side, there will be a fence to create a separation between the proposed west play yard and the access drive. I also would like to touch on stormwater management for briefly. The proposed condition of surrounding this site plan has less impervious area than the existing condition of this site. So we're reducing impervious area. The proposed site will comply with both the City of Evanston's stormwater ordinance and the MWRD watershed development ordinance. And this will include new storm sewers throughout the site. The storm systems will drain to a underground detention vault located east of the proposed building under the parking lot. And to increase the pervious nature of this site even more, as touched on earlier, we are proposing permeable pavers in these two parking bays, the one parallel with Grosse Point Road and Central Street. Again, this is the to increase, like I said, increase the perviousness, promote infiltration of stormwater into the site before it enters the storm sewer system. And similarly, the proposed detention vault have an open bottom to it that again will promote infiltration of the ground into the groundwater prior to the storm runoff entering the sewer system and then exiting the site into the sewer main in Central Street. And I'd also like to touch on that this site plan has increased green space, which will be heavily landscaped. And to talk more about that, I'm going to turn it back over to Lance. Thank you.
So as far as the landscaping plan goes, of course, it's going to meet the city requirements. And we're adding about, I think, 18 trees to the site. We're maintaining all the existing parkway trees except for, I think, 3 where we have access from Central and Grosse Point. At all of our locations, we do extensive landscaping. It's something that, of course, Kensington wants, and it will meet the codes. We are asking for zoning allowance for one of the landscape strips, I think maybe 2 on the south side due to the co-op's existing parking lot. Half of their driveway is on our property at the rear property line, so we can't put any landscaping there. So we're asking for a couple of zoning allowances for that. Otherwise, it's, I think, 22,000 square feet of landscaping, as much as we can fit in. In the playground area, that'll all be turf. Usually we don't like to have any trees or shrubs in the playground area where the kids are. And then speaking of zoning relief, we're asking for 4 or 5 allowances. I think just 2. Yeah. Well, all of these zoning allowances have been reviewed by staff, and I think everyone's been very supportive of them, but they're very minimal. Sustainability and design, of course, we're going to meet the LEED certificate or equivalent, the Green Globe standard. Mostly electric in our building. We're trying to make it all electric. We understand the Illinois stretch code is all about that, and we're going to do our best. And again, we hope to have a room for solar on the roof and possibly a green roof. 2 more. So traffic with Michael Worthman. Next.
Good evening. My name's Michael Worthman. I'm a principal at the firm of Koenig, Lindgren, O'Hara, Abuna, Inc., or KLOA. I've been practicing civil engineering, traffic engineering for 35 years now. Since graduating with a bachelor's in science and civil engineering, I'm a licensed professional engineer within the state of Illinois. As you've heard, we're looking at a daycare facility, a two-story building with about 19,000 square feet and 38 parking spaces located on the front of the building. I'm actually going to go back one to a site plan. As Chuck indicated, the school will be open from 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. It will be closed on evenings and weekends, so there will be no traffic generation during those times. The traffic generation is really only during the day. Parents are required to park and walk their children to and from school. There'll be no curbside pickup or drop-off. More importantly, as Chuck indicated, the proposed school does not have a fixed start-end time. Students arrive over a 2.5, 3-hour period in the morning and depart over a 2.5 to 3-hour period in the afternoon. As it pertains to access, access to the actual school and its parking lot will be provided via 2 access drives. The first is an access drive on Central, on the west side of Central. At the south side of the site, this will be a restricted right turn in, right turn out access drive only, per the request of IDOT and the city. Secondary access will be provided via the south side of Central. To protect the neighbors to the west, this access drive will be restricted to left turn movements in and right turn movements out. So really, it's only going to serve that traffic that's coming from the east, from the Triangle intersection, from Grosse Pointe Road, from Central, from Crawford. This restriction will be provided via the design of the access drive. As you can see there, it's channelized to prohibit those other movements, and via signage and striping on the access drive. In addition, a third access drive will be provided on the west side of the site. This is the easement that will serve the existing condo building, the 3 buildings, and the 13 parking spaces along that access drive. So 3 total access drives, 2 serving the school and 1 serving the easement to the existing condo building. The volume of traffic generated by the school and its impact on the transportation system will be reduced for several reasons. The first is, as we discussed, this is not a school with a fixed time, a fixed start and end time. That traffic is distributed over a 2.5, 3-hour period in the morning, 2.5 to 3-hour period in the afternoon. We do generate traffic, I'm not denying that, but we do distribute that over a longer period, and it helps reduce the volume of traffic at any one time. Also reducing the impact is the fact that we have 2 access drives. We're going to have a direct access drive onto Central Road, bringing that traffic coming from the south directly into the site.
Excuse me, do you mean Grosse Pointe Road?
Thank you very much. It's a late evening, but thank you. And then providing right turn access onto Grosse Pointe Road. In addition, we have the access drive on the Central, so we're distributing that traffic over 2 access drives onto 2 different roads. In addition, as I indicated, we're only generating traffic during the day, no traffic in the evenings, no traffic on weekends. This is really 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Minimal traffic during the day. We're really talking about 6 hours that we're generating any traffic. As we indicated, all access will be prohibited to and from the west on Central Street, doing all we can to protect the neighbors to the west of us. Also, just wanted to bring up that it's our understanding that the city is targeting the site for a high-density, multifamily residential use. The city is going through a update of their zoning code, the land use code, and all of that. And this site has been identified for high-density multifamily residential. Depending on the number of units that could be developed on here, that would also generate a similar volume of traffic that could be generated by a school of this size. In addition, a multifamily development would also generate traffic on weekends and on evenings. So the site is not going to remain vacant forever. There is going to be something developed here. If it's not a school, it may be multifamily residential, could be commercial, could be something else. So just wanted to add that. From an evaluation standpoint, what we did is we take our existing counts, we bump that up for future growth in the area, and then we add the traffic that will be generated by the proposed school. And we look how the roadway system is operating. And what we found out is the capacity analysis shows that the street system has sufficient reserve capacity to accommodate the additional traffic that will be generated by the school. Why the Central Street approach that is coming out to Grosse Pointe Road, will experience some additional delay. The additional delay will be reduced due to the fact that a large portion of that traffic will be using the right-in, right-out access drive. Not all our traffic will be on Central Street. And once again, that traffic is distributed over a 2.5 to 3 hour period. And the third thing that's helping us is the fact that Central Street does not carry a high volume of traffic west of Grosse Pointe Road. So there is sufficient capacity out there to accommodate the traffic. However, one of the conditions of approval from the city is the fact that if the city deems that the intersections are not working well, or not working as well as we indicated in this study, they will require the developer to do a study of the 3 intersections in the triangle, hire an outside consultant, a SCAT consultant we call it, who will look at the timings of the intersections to see if the timings can be improved to enhance any operations. So the developer has agreed to do that. Chuck has agreed to do it. So staff is looking out and providing some protections to make sure all of those intersections continue to operate well with the addition of the proposed development. I will be here for any questions, and I appreciate the time, and thank you.
Well, not last, 30 seconds for public benefits, and then Kurt will be our last speaker. So real quick, public benefits that we propose, which are obviously detailed in the application. New public sidewalk along the south side of Central, on the west part of our property line, continue that. A $25,000 contribution to the city for new and repaired sidewalks. Creation of an ongoing scholarship program for reduced tuition that Kensington will provide to families who encounter economic hardships, and potentially reduced tuition for sustainable drop-off and pickups to discourage vehicular use in the area.
I'm Reverend Kurt Condra. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I speak to you as a resident of Evanston. I moved here in 2010 in order to begin serving as senior minister at Unity on the North Shore. So I'm a resident and a spiritual leader in the community. It's my understanding that all of the standards that we're evaluating today have to be met in order for this request to be approved. Unity, our board of trustees, our leadership, we honor that process. Our intention throughout this has been that as we move through the progression of sale, and we intend to move to another location in Evanston, but that what unfolds will be in the highest and best interest of everybody involved. The neighbors, Unity members, Kensington, the developer. That's been our sort of prayerful guidance as we move through the whole thing. A little bit of context. We embarked on a really thorough kind of exploration about whether or not this site would continue to serve our needs as a ministry about 5 years ago. It was really transparent. It was in some ways kind of painful. The building was opened in 1960 on Christmas Eve by our founding minister, so there's a certain amount of attachment that folks have to that place. And one of the ways in which we've been able to move through that with a kind of healing energy is that intention that it's going to be for the highest and best of everyone. And we also wanted to be very deliberate about the buyer that we engaged with. And we were looking for a buyer that would continue our legacy. Unity was founded as a spiritual movement in the 1890s as an educational movement to teach people how to use spiritual principles to live more abundantly, to live more fully, to really live full out in their lives. And so when the Kensington offer came through, just the fact that they were also involved in really equipping children to move forward and fulfill their potential was really attractive for us. So that's one of the reasons that we have been happy to sort of move through this process. I'll speak very briefly to the easement because that's been sort of the sticking point on the way through. We truly believe that the resolution that has been proposed here is to the benefit of the co-op. It's independent. They have their own entrance. The utilities, there have been a couple of times in the last few years where the main line supplying the co-op has burst. So the city's been out to do emergency repairs. It's time for that infrastructure to be replaced, and it happens under this plan, which I think is really a benefit. I think that's all I have to say. Just for the reasons that have been outlined and for the energy that I believe Kensington has brought and the intention and the really commitment they have to serving the community well and to serving Evanston, I really think does honor our legacy. And so I would urge you to approve this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Do commissioners have questions for the applicant? Commissioner Johnson.
And I'm not exactly sure which one of your consultants would be the best person to answer this question, but I have a general question about if one of you would speak about the benefits, drawbacks to putting the building in the front yard as the zoning ordinance encourages and requires. So I understand this is a difficult lot to work with, but a lot of the variances that are being requested kind of flow from the fact that the building is not in the front yard and the parking is in the front yard. So what are the trade-offs here for all of our benefit?
So originally, we started with that plan, and working with city staff, we realized, number one, we couldn't get enough parking in the rear yard. There's not enough room for it to get the required parking that we were looking for. And then the playground then would have to be on that corner, and that's not allowed. So there were several, if we had done it that way, there was actually more allowances that we would have been asking for. Playground, fencing, and I think even the parking still would not have fit in the rear yard. We would have been asking for a street side allowance also. Mm-hmm. And then and we worked with a triangular site like this before, so we knew it would work if we were able to slide the building over. And staff was very receptive to that and encouraged it, because what it did, instead of having parking next to the two residential properties adjacent to us, the rear playground became a nice buffer instead of having parking between the two. Mm-hmm. And then they thought, well, this works out great because you have this somewhat commercial residential strip along Grosse Pointe. Having the parking there, if you can make it work, which we could, let's have the vehicular areas up there and have a nice buffer in the rear towards the residential properties.
Mm-hmm. And in your conversations with, so I guess what we're looking at, the trade-off, we can put the building in the front yard where it's supposed to be consistent with the existing development of the neighborhood. But if we do that, then the parking is up against the western low-density residential area.
Yeah, the western and southern, yes.
Right. Yes. So advantage for that idea is that it's more consistent with the existing development, but it is a somewhat burdensome location for the parking when we're considering the people that live to the west of the parcel.
Yes.
Okay. And
bad for them for the parking.
Right.
And honestly, then the playground being at that intersection and the triangular piece was, a lot of people in the city staff oppose that. Having kids.
Bad for the kids, obviously.
Yeah,
Yes,
bad for the
yes,
kids,
yes.
unsafe for the kids, right.
Yes.
And then,
One other big point, if you have the parking in the back, you're not going to get access off of Central. So, excuse me, off of Grosse Point.
Okay.
Sorry. It got me.
Okay.
So all of the traffic will be on Central, and we wouldn't have that access onto Grosse Point Road.
Okay.
Okay, so that's just another point from a traffic standpoint.
All right. Yeah, I understand. I'm just trying to suss out to make sure that this is the, to paraphrase one of our standards, the minimum amount of variances required. There will be variances required, but if this was presented in the reverse, it would be more variances and more negative impact to the surrounding properties than what they've proposed.
Yeah, I think that's the assessment.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions from commissioners?
I have one question.
Yes, Commissioner Mary Jeff.
So I understand from the report from QUORUM that things are, let's say, okay, but there is a little bit of a, let's call it suspicion that the lights on all the intersections may need improvement. Is that correct? And I'm asking the question because I live very nearby to this very complicated intersection, and some of the left turns are really bad.
So our analysis shows that there is sufficient capacity. What the city has done is said to put a layer of protection on there is that once the school is built, we're going to observe operations, and if they see anything that's a major issue or any issue, and correct me if I'm wrong, staff, that they will have us do a study of the intersection, of the timing of the intersections, to see if there's any timing changes that can be made to the full triangle to improve operations.
Okay, thank you. And I will extend the question to staff. If I remember it correctly, for this really complicated intersection over there, there were some previous plans. I believe couple of them, maybe not very recent. Isn't it time to have a more serious approach to that and try to have some, let's call it urbanistic decision about all these streets? It's really complicated. It's 6 streets coming to a triangle. And no matter there was improvement like about 5-6 years ago with the lights and with the marks on the streets. I think this was really improved, but I think that it needs serious approach from the city regarding, I would say, total reconstruction of the whole situation over there. Is there intent to take a closer look to that?
Not directly as part of this proposal, unless, as has been mentioned, if it gets built and there are significant issues or impacts as a result of that, then it would get looked at as part of that SCAT analysis. I certainly hear your concern on the functionality of the intersection in general, and I think that's probably a larger conversation on an overall look at that intersection. But we certainly hear that concern and can relay that on to our Public Works Administration.
I'm asking the question not only for the particular project that is currently in front of us, but as a general issue that may be related even to the envisioned Evanston, because this is one of the crucial intersections in our city. And not only because I live close there, but I know all the problems. And we had several requests here from different developers, including Sarkis, if I remember it correctly, during COVID, including Walgreens not Walgreens, CVS. I'm sorry. And we'll continue probably to have some developments around, and they all will be a kind of a difficult in the solution of their traffic and their approach. Exit, ingress, egress, all these things. So a more general solution over there, I believe, is in the benefit of the city. And if we have developers like this one that could help with the planning, we may use that because they need that, and it will be better for their project too. And one small question to the architect. I noticed your zoning parameters and everything, that's fine. But how do you consider the playground area for kids? I remember there is something like 35 to 75 square feet per kid. How do you, because it's relatively limited area that you have for playground over there.
I believe the DCFS, for us to get our license from them, states that outdoor playground activity, you need to have 70 square feet per child. So there's, let's say, 10 classrooms. This way the school operates, they don't take all the kids out at once. They take a classroom out at a time, or two, however much they get licensed for. So they stagger their play times.
And I mean, from your practice, I understand that you work a long time with the school. Do you think that this will be okay? I mean,
Yes.
it will suffice?
Yes, out of our 15 locations, I would say 6 of them have larger playgrounds, and 3 of them have the same, and 5 of them have a little less, and it works out great. Yeah.
I rely on your expertise. Thank you.
Okay, other commissioner questions? Commissioner Johnson.
I have another question. This is about the parking areas and the impervious surface coverage. So it looks like, just to clarify before I ask, all the parking spaces along Grosse Point and along Central are using those permeable pavers, right?
Yes.
But the parking stalls that are on the west side of the parking lot up against the building, that's standard asphalt?
Yes.
Okay. Would you be, did you consider using permeable pavers along the west side of the parking lot to get us closer to, what's the number, maximum of 55%?
Yes. I ran all the calculations, and if I created the entire parking lot in permeable pavers, it would not meet where we're trying to get to, because the credit that you get is very minimal for permeable pavers, very minimal. And I did the calculation, and it gets close, but it's not quite there. Now, we're less.
Do you recall the number?
If the permeable paver number that we were, or the code is, what is it, 62%?
Right. It says you've proposed 62.22% impervious surface coverage.
Yes.
And the max in R2 is 55%. So if you, like you said, if you sketch it out with,
It got to like 1% above.
So you're like 56%?
Yes.
Okay.
You don't get much of a credit for the permeable pavers, not hardly at all. It sounded great, and I'm tried to make it work, but you don't really get it.
Yeah.
Now, this isn't part of the calculation, I don't believe, but the vault that we have there, which is about 1,500 square feet, the bottom of that vault is not concrete. So all the stormwater that's collecting across our entire site, parking lot, playground, our roof drains, they all go to that vault first. Before it gets ejected into the storm sewer system, it infiltrates the pervious bottom of that vault because it's not concrete.
It's gravel on the bottom,
Yeah,
right?
gravel on the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. One other question. We have a comment in here about working with the co-op as far as, let's see, working with the co-op to abandon their water line and construct and connect each of the 3 individual co-op buildings to the water main under Grosse Point. What is your what are your thoughts on that?
Our feeling was, we knew where the co-op's water main is existing, from Central to a point on our property.
And that where it I guess it terminates, it branches off to their 3 buildings?
Yeah, it runs. Do you have the drawing?
I'm looking right at it.
The southern triangular piece.
Yep.
See the circle there? That from that vault, their water line runs west, southwest along there through their parking, and then it branches to each one of their buildings off that line under their parking. We don't want to touch any of that.
Okay.
We just want to bring a new water service to that vault, and that's all that would be needed. So we're essentially removing the existing line from that vault north to Central, right through the middle of our site. We're replacing that with a new line from Grosse Point to that vault. We wouldn't have to disturb any of their property. We wouldn't touch their property. Similarly, the sanitary line, same thing.
Okay.
There's a sanitary connection over there.
Right.
Another vault that, again, that one goes north. We would abandon that, and we would give them a new one, all on our property.
Yep.
From that vault, crossing but the same path as this easement and this new access easement up to Central.
And their sanitary connection works similarly to the water connection, where it terminates that triangle, and then it branches off to their 3 buildings.
Yes, on their property.
Okay.
I
Thanks.
think it's a good solution.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions, unless somebody else wants to go. But with respect to the relocated utility easements, how will that get constructed? Because obviously you can't disrupt.
Right.
Does that happen first, essentially, in terms of the
Yes.
general?
First would be, we have to construct the new, their current access goes right through the middle of the property.
Right.
We would have to probably, even if we were demolishing the church, which maybe we do that last, first order of business is building the new driveway on the west, because there's nothing there right now. There's a parking lot that's not their property, the
Right.
church's property. Build that, build any utilities that are needed there, and get them over to where we were talking about the utility connections. So we need to build this easement, or this access easement first, so they're able to get in and out of their property. That is very clear and part of the judgment. They have to have full access all the time.
Okay.
We would build that first, for sure.
So that's, well, I mean, when we get to conditions, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to put that as a condition since it has to happen anyway. And with respect to the access easement, it looks like it's a 26-foot easement. So
It's a 26-foot wide area over there with a 20-foot wide drive easement.
So is that where the extra 5-foot landscape strip is coming from? So it could be a 6-foot access.
26. It could be
a 6-foot landscape strip.
Yes, and it would be. It is.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
So
Or 5 feet.
It's 5 feet, but
Yes.
so what happens to that extra foot?
It's part of the curb and gutter.
Okay.
On
right.
each side.
Okay, and then I have another question, because, one of the concerns obviously is people parking on Central and dropping their kids off the building. The main entrance is from the parking lot, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And so I'm trying to think if there's, and there are a couple of the sidewalks on, leading to the building from Central Street. Those, I presume, are essentially emergency exit.
From the building to that public site? Yes.
Yes. So I'm trying to understand whether or not there's any incentive for anybody to actually park on Central Street to walk their kid into the building past the parking lot.
No, those are absolutely not entry doors. They're exit doors only along Central.
And let's see. And then I guess for the traffic engineer, one of the things that IDOT had recommended inclusion of a pedestrian study. And I didn't see that really mentioned anywhere in the application. Is that?
When we submit back to them for final approval, we'll ask them what they want for that. We did look at pedestrian counts. We take the pedestrians into all of our traffic studies. So we're not sure what they want there, but when we go back in to get our final approvals, we'll talk to them to see what they need.
Okay, and that would happen just as part of the IDOT approval process?
Yeah, it's part of the final approval for the access drive.
And I guess the aisle drive widths in the main parking area are code compliant, I presume? They meet the code requirements?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, I think Commissioner Berlin.
Hi, I have a question for the traffic engineer, and maybe one for city staff. I missed a little bit of your presentation, but then I heard most of it. I was in the back. So apologies if you did cover this. But I noticed that the one-day traffic count was done in 2022.
Right.
And that then it was increased by 20%. I'm curious about to kind of be a comparison for where we might be now, right, is what it says in here. I'm curious to know how you guys decided on that 20% as an appropriate number to increase it by, because I'm thinking about 2022, we were deep in COVID and we were deep in work from home versus now we're in 2026 and whatever you think of, and employers are having people come back to work. And so as we think about, I agree with what Commissioner Kay was saying, that this is an important intersection. And I like the idea of developing something on this land for sure. I'm just curious, were various iterations run where you also did times 30% instead of times 20%? Just sort of thinking through capacity, how did you guys settle on the 20%, 120% of 2022?
So a couple things. So the 22 numbers we looked at historic information to bump those up for COVID. So we bumped up the existing volumes by 20% just to represent existing base numbers.
Yes.
So then we took the 2022 and projected out to 2031, and we based that on CMAP projections for the area. What is the projected growth in the area? And we increased those by another 4.2%. So we actually increased the volumes by approximately 25% and then added our traffic to it. So,
okay.
And your staff has reviewed it.
Yep.
Before we even did this, we said, do we have to update the counts? They said, no, we're more than comfortable with the counts. So
Yep. Okay.
We actually increased them by 25%.
Yep. Okay. And then my one question for city staff is, you all had mentioned, that if there were some problems with these 3 lights down the road, that would be addressed. And I'm just curious to know, how would you collect information? How would you be clued in that there was a problem that needed to be addressed?
There could be many ways. There could be complaints from business owners in the area. There could be complaints from residents. There could be continuous accidents that occur. It could be initiated from a council member that feels there's problems. So there could be a variety of ways that we're identifying that there's a problem there. And I would add the study did mention that they determined that 20% based on a IDOT numbers from 2018, just before the pandemic started, and volumes, pre-pandemic volumes, and then they compared those to what they saw in their survey from 2022, and based on those pre-pandemic levels, that's why they bumped it up. It was about a 20% difference.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Any other questions? I have one more, and I think it's really for staff. Has his consideration been given on the impact of the tree preservation ordinance, particularly on the 5-foot landscape strip to the west?
Yeah, so the plans were routed to our forestry folks and the Public Works Administration, and they did review it. They did not express any strong concerns, but that being said, this will have to comply with the tree preservation ordinance, which will likely require mitigation fees for the removal of the trees.
And I don't remember if we've added that as a condition or not, but we
It's
can
an
get to that.
ordinance.
We
Yeah,
can
I
get
mean,
to
it's-
that.
I would just say, I mean, that in particular, regardless of a condition, they'll have to meet through the permitting process either way.
I would also add that the summary judgment from the Cook County Circuit Court required the co-op to have access throughout construction. So we could certainly add a condition that specifies it, but it's also required by the court order. So somewhat duplicative to have a condition.
Okay. All right, thank you. At this point, normally we would open it up to public testimony, but we're getting to, almost 11:15. Our process is to conclude the meeting, at 11, unless, of course, the commission wants to vote to extend the time, so we stay later. And I guess I know there is a group presentation, so so we can either listen to the group presentation and extend the meeting, or we can continue the meeting. So I guess first of all, I know there's a group of neighbors that wants to present. Do you want to present this evening, or would you rather? All right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can have your 10 minutes, and when would be the subsequent? The subsequent meeting would be on January 28th is our next scheduled meeting, so 2 weeks. I don't know, unless the commission wants to continue later and conclude this, that will be up to the commission to vote on what their preferences are, whether we want to continue and conclude this evening or not. And I think
I would, I know we're all tired, but I also know that a lot of people waited this whole evening, and they've been here for going on, 4 hours, and we have a lot of momentum. My personal preference would be to extend, let's say, even 11:15, which gives us 30 minutes, and if they have a 10-minute presentation, we can, is that okay? That's what I move. I move to extend to 11:15.
Can we take a straw poll to find out how many additional people are requesting to talk in addition to the group presentation?
I have five additional people in addition to the group presentation. So the people in addition to the group presentation, I have John Metziger, Constant Porteous, Brian Mahoney, Catherine Linder, and Terry Albach. Is there anybody, are those the only people on the list?
Is it I'm asking you, I'm just saying it out loud, is it reasonable to ask people if they feel like their points have been made to maybe consider not, and they've written a comment, if you feel you don't need to voice the same, or you could just say, I support this.
Okay. All right.
I mean, we're
here.
I personally am fine with let's keep
Fine.
going.
Okay.
We're here. I'm here. I've listened to it all.
Okay,
let's
all
listen to
right,
some
that's
more.
fine. I just wanted to give everybody the option here. All right, in that case, we have a group presentation. Amy.
And just as a quick reminder, too, I think we still have a few people on Zoom, so a few people on Zoom may want to speak later as well.
Right. Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name's Amy Howenstein. I live at 3507 Central Street. I'm here tonight as the designated spokesperson for a group of neighbors who have worked together to review this proposal carefully and in alignment with the Land Use Commission's evaluation criteria. Several of those neighbors are here this evening, including Bill Russo, Leslie and Mark Brown, Connie Porteous, Jason, Benjamin, my 8-year-old, and Samuel, my 12-year-old. Additional neighbors, Larry Raphael, Peter Ruthan, and Craig McClure, were unable to attend in person, but have submitted written opposition comments that are now part of public record. All of us either live within 1,000 feet of the proposed development, or in the case of Mr. McClure, along one of the primary through streets that would absorb this project's traffic impacts. We're not here to express generalized opposition. We're here to provide fact-based, coordinated input grounded in land use standards, operational evidence, and adopted considerations. So this is just a little perspective of the residential context and proximity of the neighbors represented here tonight, where the little white squares all dotted around, including one in the co-op and one down around the corner on the street. This street view reflects the immediate character of the block and scale of nearby homes, which if you do a simple Zillow search, you can see that the average size of homes in this hillside neighborhood are 1,150 square feet. The core land use question before you is whether a high-intensity commercial daycare is appropriate for this residential parcel. Facilities of the proposed size and enrollment function as regional destinations rather than neighborhood-serving uses. This one with an operational profile that includes 12-hour operating days, concentrated peak traffic twice daily. If anybody has ever dropped their kids off at daycare, you know what that's like. Frequent special events. Similar providers estimate a minimum of 20 special events like Grandparents' Day or music concerts or art shows outside of normal commuting hours. This parcel directly abuts residential co-op housing with no real meaningful buffering uses between. And the surrounding streets lack the pedestrian and traffic infrastructure necessary to support a commercial operation of this intensity. From a land use perspective, this is a use mismatch, not a minor variance, despite asking for 6 exceptions. The proposal significantly overbuilds the site. The proposed structure exceeds 19,000 square feet, even though comparable commercial daycare facilities serving similar or greater enrollment operate successfully within 13 to 14,000 square feet while fully complying with Illinois DCFS requirements. The excess square footage is attributable to oversized classrooms, expanded corridors, and discretionary common areas. The scale is not regulatory necessity. It is a design choice, and it directly increases impervious surface, traffic demand, and utility load. Land use intensity matters because intensity drives impact. It is also important to note that the Commission's being asked to approve a building footprint size for substantially greater operational capacity than the applicant's current projections reflect. Once constructed, the physical scale of the building, not their enrollment or staffing assumptions today, will govern the intensity of the future use. The traffic and parking analysis relies on internally inconsistent assumptions. The applicant's projections reference a 10-classroom plan, while the submitted architecture plans clearly depict 11 classrooms. That discrepancy understates student capacity, staffing requirements, daily vehicle trips, and parking demand. Operational evidence from comparably sized daycares in the same market confirms that a school of this size requires at least 33 staff members to operate safely on a 12-hour day. That figure accounts for staggered shifts, ratio compliance, floating staff, mandated breaks, and administrative and food service roles. Staffing projections limited to DCFS minimum licensing ratios are not a valid basis for traffic or parking analysis. Parking impacts here are understated. A combined staff-parent supply does not function in practice particularly in a multi-story facility where parents have to park, get out, go in, ride an elevator, get their kids' boots on, get all their backpacks, go down, forget their favorite toy, have to go back up. I've done that dance. I know what it's like. The proposed ingress, egress, and circulation assume a level of driver compliance that does not reliably occur during peak periods. As documented in 2 videos that Mr. McClure submitted from Kensington's LaGrange location, posting procedures or having a handbook does not consistently translate into real-world behavior at peak times. Insufficient parking produces predictable results: vehicle queuing, spillbacks into neighborhood streets, and increased pedestrian risk. These are foreseeable, not hypothetical impacts. These concerns are heightened by the broader context in which this proposal is advanced. Recent legal proceedings related to access and easements have altered the site's configuration, while key operational assumptions have shifted over time. As a result, we, the neighbors, have diminished confidence that the impacts described today will remain static once approvals would be granted. This proposal sits adjacent to one of Evanston's most complex and crash-prone intersections: Grosse Pointe, Central, Crawford that turns into Ridge leading to Wilmette, down to Old Orchard Road. There are so many stoplights right there, always creating congestion. Ask the owner of Little Island what it's like to try to pull into his parking space. Recent data shows a persistent pattern of collisions. They're not an anomaly. A rising level of community concern followed a 2025 crash involving a commercial building. A car went straight into Subway, crashed through the front window, straight into Starbucks, crashed through their building. The applicant's traffic survey relies on dated COVID period counts and excludes key turning movements at critical intersections, looking mostly at Wellington, which is not one of the main throughways that we're worried about. No independent third-party peak hour traffic analysis based on current conditions has been conducted. And as much as I can appeal to staff here, please don't build this and then try to fix the traffic problem. I have submitted a separate written comment into record with an appendix based on publicly available crash data at this intersection. It greatly outweighs what has been reported by Kensington's own traffic study. It supports the need for updated, independent peak hour traffic analysis before anything is built here. Adding a high turnover commercial use at this location compounds an already documented safety risk. This proposed scale increases impervious surface beyond what is operationally required and beyond what the city allows. While the applicant cites underground stormwater detention, that does not mitigate the loss of the mature tree canopy, increased runoff velocity, localized flooding risk that already exists, heat island effects. These impacts are the result of building size, not unavoidable site constraints. Additionally, a facility of this scale increases demand on water systems that are already experiencing pressure issues. Ask any of us about taking a shower while you're doing laundry. You will see the very pull on our water pressures already, on the sewer infrastructure, on waste and service capacity. These system-level impacts are assumed, not demonstrated in this proposal. This site represents a missed opportunity relative to Evanston's adopted housing goals. Envision Evanston 2045 prioritizes efficient land use and housing within residential corridors like this one. Converting this parcel to a large for-profit daycare does not advance those objectives. This context matters because District 65 has already closed one school, has sites on closing another, and acknowledge additional closures may be necessary due to declining enrollment and excess capacity. At a time when the city has stated goals of attracting and retaining families dedicated dedicating one of the few remaining residentially situated parcels to a high-intensity commercial use carries significant opportunity cost. This site is well positioned to support housing, potentially affordable and family-oriented, that would strengthen our neighborhood, strengthen the stability and support of public schools, while unmet childcare demand in this area is concentrated only among infants and very young toddlers. We do not need another daycare. There are 14 within a 2-mile radius. The surrounding neighborhood is residential, walkable, and low scale. When we describe this area as walkable, we want to be precise. There are no sidewalks. There's only a narrow 30-inch curb, and pedestrian movement occurs in the roadway daily. The elderly, families, dogs, children walking to the school bus that comes over because they can't cross this crazy intersection, middle schoolers and high schools walking to the CTA are all in our street. Peak daycare operations are not incidental. They're predictable, recurring congestion events that alter daily neighborhood functioning. They alter daily neighborhood functioning right when we're going to work, right when we're coming home from work. It's all happening at the same time, even though they suggest this 3-hour window makes it nice and cozy. This commission previously declined to recommend approval of this project. The current resubmission reflects minimal changes, primarily 3 additional parking spaces, while leaving all of these other core deficiencies unaddressed. Approval would be inconsistent with your prior judgment, with evidence-based planning, with Envision Evanston 2045, and with the standards for special use approval. The application emphasizes community engagement. However, except for one single informational interaction, the neighbors represented here, all within 1,000 feet of Unity Church, have never been contacted nor invited to participate in collaborative planning discussions. We note factually and without judgment that the 6 written comments submitted in favor of this proposal were authored by individuals affiliated with selling the church, none of who live in our neighborhood. In contrast, opposition reflects our lived experiences with daily traffic already, pedestrian safety, and infrastructure limitations in the immediate area. In closing, special use approval requires accurate representations, demonstrated compatibility, and alignment with adopted plans. This proposal falls short on all 3. We recognize the real strain this property has placed on the Unity Church community, and we respect their desire to move forward. Our position is not that this site should remain vacant, but that this is not the right long-term use of this parcel. Once high-intensity commercial use is constructed, its impacts cannot be meaningfully reversed. It's our understanding that the Commission's role is to evaluate foreseeable negative impacts before approvals are granted, rather than after conditions become difficult to change or impossible. For these reasons, we respectfully urge you to deny the requested approvals. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Now on the, I'm sorry, on the list of speakers, I have John Metzger. Metzger, I'm sorry.
I'm one of the neighbors on the south side of Central, and I have 2 comments. First of all, that intersection already is a nightmare. Often you have to sit through 2 light cycles just to get through the intersection. It's aggravated by the fact that a very busy Old Orchard Road dead ends on Crawford, and a majority of that traffic funnels north directly into this intersection. Also, and I don't know if this is related, the proposed rezoning maps that are on file show that the block west of the proposed site on the north side of the street, there's no change in the zoning, but on the south side, there's an upzoning, and that wouldn't benefit any of the owners of any of the houses on that side of the street. And the north side and the south side of that street are virtually identical. So why they would upzone one side, I suspect it has something to do with this project, but I don't know. And so I support all that was said in that previous, and I just wanted to add that any change in the traffic from what it is, it's already very, very bad. And I've been told that it's the fourth worst intersection in all of Evanston. My experience is it's the worst intersection in all of Evanston because of that traffic coming in from Old Orchard Road. And that's my comment.
All right, thank you. Next up, I have Constance Porteous.
Hi, I am Constance Porteous, and I'm here to speak about the proposal. I've lived at 3600 Central Street for over 50 years, so I've seen a lot. Thus, I know the intersections at Central and Grosse Pointe Road. It's dangerous for pedestrians. I have to take my life in my hand at times to cross as drivers ignore street crossing signs. And I've heard similar comments from neighbors. The proposed Kensington daycare would add more heavy traffic to the area. Parents of 179 approximately children dropping off and picking up would take place at the same time as high traffic times for Crawford, Grosse Pointe, and Central Street. Then add traffic from food delivery vans, garbage trucks to pick up, because they're garbage trucks to pick up the refuse from diapers for infants and toddlers, food scraps, and other remnants from child activities. This is an area where families with their children and with their dogs walk in the street as there are no real sidewalks. Therefore, additional traffic would be hazardous to us all. And as a former early childhood educator and director, there's not a lot mentioned in staffing on this proposal: an on-site director, nursing staff, kitchen staff, the floaters to relieve the staff, and maybe a music teacher. Furthermore, as mentioned, there are at least 14 early childhood programs in the vicinity. This may seem like a community saying, "Not in my backyard," but it is looking to the future for affordable housing to bring families with children into the area for our schools. As Envision Evanston has emphasized, the need is for affordable housing. This location would be best for attracting developers to construct housing units that fit the neighborhood and the needs of the community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list is Brian Mahoney.
Good evening. First of all, thank you everyone for staying this late. I appreciate the commission's time and attention. I won't repeat what other people said. I have a couple issues here. First, at the last go-round when the commission voted against this, I pointed out that I don't believe it's valid for someone who doesn't own the property to file this petition or this application. I don't know what the facts are. I'm assuming Kensington, Mr. Marlis, does not own the property. If so, that's not a valid, he cannot pursue his application. So it's factually invalid. Secondly, this is the perfect opportunity for housing, as people have just said. But I also want to add to that the co-op itself was built as part of the Federal Housing Authority and was subsidized housing to begin with. The fact that church wants to move inside the land should really encourage Evanston to go ahead and add more housing, not this school. People have said we don't need this school. There's other schools close by. The Goddard School is less than a mile away. I believe the tuition is something that the last hearing came out of like $25,000 a year. I don't know how many Evanston residents will even be the customers or the clients of the school. So it's just unnecessary. And then with regard, I don't want to repeat, but with regard to what you said, Commissioner, about the traffic, it is terrible now. I would ask people, Commissioner Lindahl, you said you went to some of the other projects to look at them. Go to that intersection. There's a Starbucks there. Get a cup of coffee and just watch that traffic for 20 minutes. Evanston should not be making the problem worse. They should say this is something that must be fixed. Secondly, we all know rush hour is rush hour. I had kids. We took them to daycare when they were younger. It was always rush hour and rush hour. It was very congested. That's just what rush hour is. That's how working parents do when they drop off their kids. So just trust your judgment there. And with regard to the safety issues, because of how Central is constructed, you add more cars, you're just going to have terrible, terrible problems on that side of it. Then the co-op residents, by and large, are senior citizens. And so the idea that they'll be driving through this parking lot with people dropping off their kids, sometimes in a hurry to get to work or rushing after a day to pick up work, you're just creating a very dangerous situation. And again, getting back to the housing, this cannot be the best use of this property. So with that, I want to say thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Catherine Lindner. Thank you.
Good evening. I'll be quick. I have lived in Evanston. I've owned a home here for almost 26 years, Northwest Evanston. I live currently at 3020 Hartsell Street, so just down a little bit east from the property we're talking. I'm not a member of the Unity Church, but this struck my, I've been interested in following this for quite a while now. I am on the board of my own Catholic church, and I know the struggles that church communities have in keeping congregations together and in maintaining properties. And so I've been empathetic to them. And I think that they have come up with a really good partner, and I think Kensington's done a really good job. And so I encourage you to support the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker on my list is Terry Albach.
Good evening. I'm the owner of the property directly adjacent on the west side. So I'm at 3508 Central Street. Been an Evanston resident for over 20 years, and I've been at that property for 5 years. And I think while I would prefer the church to be able to stay, as I think most of my neighbors would, that's not an option. And so I think the church has done a great job of vetting what the next potential opportunity is for that property. In my opinion, I believe that the property, there's no way it's not going to change. It's changing. Change is coming. It's going to have traffic impact regardless of what it is. And I understand the concerns. I have them too. And at the same time, I believe this option is the closest option to what we currently have as on the property existing today. It's a 6:30 to 6:30 use building. It's not used on the weekends. It's not used in the evenings. And so I think it's one of the closest options that we have coming to develop this property. I find the building, given what this whole property size is, reasonably sized, beautifully landscaped, well planned, and I think it will add to the attractiveness of the area. What I'm concerned about is what are we saying yes to as we say no to this, right? So if we looked at what's a likely option, much more dense housing, if we went to the optimum condos across Grosse Pointe, that's a 4-story building. And it already sets a precedent for an easy variance to be passed to build a 4-story building on that property. Personally, as the owner of a property right next to it, I don't really want to look out and see a 4-story building that is using a large amount of that property to create dense, much more dense housing. That's just me personally. And I think that's more likely to have a negative effect on our property values than the Kensington School is likely to have. And so I also will just add that as the neighbor directly to the west, I'm in favor of the access road. I think it's a nice buffer for my property. We've got the landscaping buffer and then the road and then the fence that then is separated by the playground. All of those things are favorable to me because that gives me a little more cushion on my property line. So I'm in favor of this, and I would ask you to vote yes.
Thank you. Is there anyone on the Zoom that wanted to make a comment?
And if anybody on Zoom would like to speak, please raise your hand so that we can unmute you.
Okay, I guess hearing none. I think at this point, it's time for the applicant's closing statement and, responding to some of the issues that were raised during the neighbor's testimony.
Yeah, thank you. Just in the spirit of time and in the spirit of not keeping you too much longer, I really do appreciate your continued efforts and continued thoughts and staying late. I will say that, the last gentleman that just spoke raised a really interesting point, and that is that, we really don't know what this site will be used for in the future, and there are some density concerns that are floating around out there that I've heard, other neighbors mention. I do know that when we come to a community, we're very good community members. We've been parts of the communities we serve for decades, and we really are looking forward to being a part of Evanston, being a part of this neighborhood, and serving the families of Evanston and their children. So I really strongly hope that you rule in our favor for this, and I really thank you for your extended time tonight. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. With that, I will close the record for public testimony, and we're now into commission deliberations. So thoughts from commissioners. Commissioner Johnson.
Okay, maybe this is well, I have a question for city staff, and it's about the sewer main and the water main.
Sorry, just a point of order. We haven't voted to extend the meeting past 11.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
probably
absolutely.
the first order of
Well,
business.
if we want to do that.
Oh, we have to do that because we have an agenda item we actually do have to vote on. So,
I move to extend past 11.
is there a second? Second. Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right. I think you've been outvoted, sadly. All right. Go ahead, Commissioner Johnson.
Okay, I thought, and maybe if Sam could answer this, I thought that the city required water mains and sewer mains to be separated. That Public Works didn't want, if you were upgrading your water line, for example, and your water line and your sewer line are in the same trench, they would require you to move the water line. I think it's 8 feet away, so that it enters the building, and the idea is so that in case there's any soil movement, that the water line doesn't rupture the sewer line or vice versa. Was there any comment from Public Works about this plan?
Well, yes, they did make several comments on the utilities. The separation of the utilities was not a concern that they identified. This property is dealing with an existing condition, and that condition is the location of where those utilities from the co-op come into the site. They don't have authority to alter how those come in from the co-op site because that's not part of their property.
Yeah.
So they have to deal with those two utilities coming in right there. That being said, once they come in there, they're certainly being separated from that point. But there was no concern relative to the separation
And actually, that
identified.
requirement has changed because I
Tell me.
was, well, it had to do with, the sewer and water line because I had that situation, and when I had sewer repairs I had to do and wanted to do the copper water line. And when I did it, there was a 10-foot separation requirement, but apparently the state has waived that requirement, so that doesn't have to happen anymore.
Okay.
But again, I will defer to staff on what the real rules are, but I don't believe that's an issue.
Okay, and I imagine if Public Works or the Water Department didn't raise the issue, I just thought it was ironclad that with 10 feet, 8 feet, that you have to relocate it to keep the two lines separated. But if it's not, if they didn't bring it up, they didn't bring it up.
No, and I don't believe that's the case anymore. I thought that was, what it used to be a rule because I was subject to it, but,
Okay, that was my only concern.
okay. Any other thoughts on this project in terms of? Well, I think I was probably one of the commissioners who voted against this project when it was last before us, primarily because at that point, there was the condition, the concern about the easement and how the easement for the co-op had not been resolved. And so, and I don't believe at that point even the IDOT, what their preference or what they would allow on the Grosse Pointe exit would be allowed. So I personally, I'm in support of this project, the way it's been reconfigured. I think that many of the issues and concerns that I had at the beginning have been resolved. I think that it's important that that we continue to include the conditions about making sure that the utility, relocation, the access drive relocation happened before any substantive construction happens. And I don't know if we need to add an extra, condition to just as a kind of a safeguard. I understand that it's in the court order, but I would not be opposed, to something to the effect of construction of the relocated access drive and utilities serving the co-op must be completed, prior to substantive work on the Kensington site. I don't know if that would involve, preclude building construction or, building demolition of the church but I think that would be my one suggestion. And I don't know if others have other concerns. Commissioner Berlin?
I just have one question for city staff, I think, and I'm sorry, I feel like I've asked you guys a lot tonight, so thank you. Okay. I think that I was really struck by something that the last commenter articulated very well, I thought, which was this idea that it's a little concerning that we're going to wait and see if there are problems with this intersection, as measured not just by complaints, but potentially wrecks, as opposed to trying to get ahead of that. And I also agree with the very last commenter who spoke that change is coming, and a parcel like this will get something on it. And frankly, I think this is probably much lower density than a lot of things a developer of housing would want to put on this piece of land. This is prime real estate at a major intersection. I know it feels residential, but from a different lens, it's a very major intersection. You could do a lot with that land. So thinking about all of these things, is there anything we can, and I believe the residents, I think a lot of their concerns are, there is a difference sometimes between the study and the lived experience, and I'm thinking about that and what we all know about that intersection. Is there anything else we can do to get ahead of it in terms of the potential problems at this intersection that any development, regardless of project, will probably exacerbate rather than kind of wait and see what happens?
The first thing that came to my mind would be you could add a potential condition that the applicant work with the city or prior to appearing before the city council, the applicant look to determine if they can provide a contribution to the city to begin studying improvements for that intersection. That could be one of their public benefits, so to speak. I wouldn't want to assign a specific number, but that could be something that you're encouraging them to look at. That could be something the city council takes up as well. But I guess that's the first thing that came to my mind. I'd probably want more time to.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
And I'd like to note, that really our purview is the standards and the recommendations. So getting into what public benefits should be or could be is really a council prerogative and not
Fair enough.
ours.
I just I agree philosophically about being mindful of this.
Any other thoughts or comments? Are people generally supportive of this project or not?
I'll offer up that I'm generally in support of the project. I don't like that the building is not consistent. The building in the rear of the lot is inconsistent with the zoning ordinance and the existing type of development structure of the commercial properties in this area. We typically have, in the Central Street strip and on Crawford, we typically have the buildings up against the road, and we have the parking in the back to facilitate a more walkable type of development program. However, I've heard, we've seen this, the 3 iterations of this, and we've heard from, we've carefully looked at, this is the best way to lay out, in my opinion, best way to lay out the arrangement of the building, the parking, and the playground, not only for the actual site itself, but for the neighbors as well. Because I'm thinking about the people that would live west of the project, you know, to have the parking against their properties and to have the ingress and egress closer to their properties would be more consistent with the letter of the law as far as the zoning ordinance. And it would, the look and feel of the building would be more consistent with what's going on Central Street, but it would be more negatively impactful to the people that live west and northwest of this proposed development. So that's why I think this is the best way to develop this property, and I do think the standards are met.
Any other?
I'll jump in. I think that if we were asking ourselves the question, what's the best way to make a daycare solution work in this property, then we're seeing a very good result of someone answering that question. But I keep asking myself to take a step back and be like, is it really a good fit? And I'm having a hard time coming to the conclusion that the negative cumulative effect is hard to avoid. I appreciate all the work that the design team and the applicant team has done, especially over multiple iterations. And I think, again, that the solution that has been proposed, if that was going to be, if that is definitely the path, then it's as good as it can be. But I can't shake the gut feeling that it's just a bad fit.
Can I ask what you would see as a better fit?
Sorry?
Can I ask what you would see as a better fit?
I'm not going to say that, no.
Okay.
No, and again, our charge is to evaluate the proposal that's before us and to determine whether or not the standards are met, not if there's some, better use, because we have to consider the use that's being proposed in this application. And again, it's whether or not the standards for approval are met. All right. I'm going to start. First, we have 13 conditions that staff has proposed. In the interest of time, I'm not going to read all 13 of them. Are there any other standard or conditions that anyone would like to suggest? And again, the only one that I thought might be helpful, just for the record, is the one that construction of the relocated access drive and utilities should be completed prior to the substantive work on the balance of the Kensington site. And I don't know if that's necessary. I'll defer to others in the commission if somebody wants to second that as a condition. Or not. I think, again, this is kind of a belt and suspenders approach, so we could leave them the way they are. So, thoughts? Is it necessary? Not necessary? I'm getting it's not necessary. So the 13 conditions that are...
Chair, is there a way that it is in our purview to just make some reference to continuing discussions about ways to get ahead of traffic problems? If that's out of our purview, no matter how we would phrase it, then I defer. I get it. I believe in staying in our purview. Is it just out? I
think we could have a condition.
I mean, My opinion is
Yeah.
that, and why we kind of ran, one of the reasons why we put it is that condition 9, which talks about, in the future, if problems are perceived, et cetera, that we would require the signal capacity and timing study to be done by the applicant. That it's not perfect, I agree, but it kind of helps put one step forward and puts it on them to,
Well, I think what
do the
Commissioner
effort
Berlin
of
is
putting.
suggesting is, should that be a condition, prior to it going to the city council, that they're, but I think we could just have that as a recommendation, that staff and the applicant continue discussions about working through the issues prior to it going to council. I don't know if that needs to be a condition, does it? Okay. All right. I think at that point, we're going to go to the standards. All right, number 1, the project is one of the special uses specifically listed in the zoning ordinance. Child daycare centers and planned developments are listed as allowable special uses in the R2 district. 2 is in keeping with the purposes and policies of the adopted comprehensive general plan and zoning ordinance as amended from time to time. As noted, the development is compatible with the comprehensive general plan in that it helps provide amenities for working parents, basically. 3, will not cause a negative cumulative effect when its effect is considered in conjunction with the cumulative effect of various special uses of all types in the immediate neighborhood and the effect of the proposed type of special use on the city as a whole. In consideration to the conditions of approval related to the resolution of any future traffic issues, the proposal will not cause a negative cumulative impact on the immediate area. And I should note that the church, I believe, would be considered a special use. The existing church would be considered a special use. So essentially, we're swapping one special use for another. 4, does not interfere or diminish the value of property within the neighborhood. The site plan has been designed to minimize the impacts on neighborhood properties and will not interfere with or diminish the value of properties in the neighborhood. In several instances, the development will enhance existing infrastructure. In particular, it will improve access to the co-op development, in that they will have a private access drive rather than going through the church property as they currently do. Let's see. And the proposal to extend the sidewalks on the south side of Central Street, the length of the property, and the proposed contribution for additional sidewalk improvements in the vicinity. 5, can be adequately serviced by public facilities and services. There are adequate public facilities and services to serve the proposed development, and no large-scale upgrades are needed to accommodate the development. Although clearly the relocated utility lines and the new lines that will be required will be an upgrade to current existing conditions. Does not cause undue traffic congestion. The applicant has submitted a traffic study indicating there will be minimal effect on the level of service at the existing surrounding roadways. Additionally, the conditions provide for ongoing evaluation of any increased traffic that may occur at the intersection. This, as we've all noted, this is a very difficult intersection. I drive it on a really regular basis, and I'm not sure that, I don't know that the daycare center would make it really any worse than it already is. 7, it preserves significant historical and architectural resources. There are none on this particular property. Preserves significant natural and environmental features. While there will be a number of trees that are removed, new landscaping will be added. I don't think there's anything that's particularly significant on the site. Number 9, it complies with all other applicable regulations of the district in which it is located and other applicable ordinances, except to the extent such regulations have been modified through the plan development process or the grant of a variation. The applicant is required to comply with all applicable ordinances, except for the extent that such regulations have been modified through the plan development project. So is there any disagreement with respect to those standards? And particularly if you're planning on voting no on the project, which standard do you feel is not met?
Yeah, I would disagree with number 6. I am concerned about the traffic.
Okay. All right. And then for the plan, and then there are also, with respect to the for the Land Use Commission to recommend that the City Council grant a special use for the plan development with the requested site development allowances, the Land Use Commission must find that the requested site development allowances will not have an adverse impact on the use, enjoyment, or property values of adjoining property that is beyond a reasonable expectation given the scope of the applicable site development allowances of the planned development location. The development has been carefully designed to minimize impacts on neighboring properties within the parking areas sited along Grosse Pointe Road and Central Street so as not to directly abut any residential property. The building and play areas are centralized within the site to prevent substantial adverse impacts from the proposed use on the enjoyment, property values, or property values of adjoining properties that is beyond a reasonable expectation. The building utilizes high-quality masonry materials and is of a scale that is compatible with surrounding structures. The proposed development is compatible with the overall character, that's number 2. The proposed development is compatible with an overall character of existing development in the immediate vicinity of the subject property. The subject property is located along Grosse Pointe Road, which is an arterial street and contains a variety of uses, including multifamily. There's short-term residential rehabilitation, commercial, and office uses. 3, the site development, the development site circulation is designed in a safe and logical manner to mitigate potential hazards for pedestrians and vehicles at the site and in the immediate surrounding area. The site has been designed with restricted access points to neighboring streets to mitigate potential hazards. Conditions of approval related to the resolution of future traffic issues will ensure that the proposal addresses potential hazards should they arise. Number 4, the proposed development aligns with current and future climate and sustainability goals of the city. The site will include permeable pavers in certain portions of the parking lot, and the application will propose parking lot landscape will be dark sky compliant, and in addition, it will meet the building will meet the energy standards that the city requires. And 5, public benefits that are appropriate to the surrounding neighborhood and the city as a whole will be derived from the approval of the requested site development allowances. The applicant has agreed to reconstruct sidewalks abutting the site, extend the sidewalk along the south side of Central Street to the western edge of the property, and it's proposed to contribute $25,000 for sidewalk improvements in the vicinity of the subject property. So, and I don't believe I have to go through the general conditions. Is that correct? Thank you. So with the exception of Commissioner Pictel disagreeing with Standard 6, are there any other concerns about the standards? Okay, with that, I think we can take a vote on this.
I'll make a motion.
Oh, yes, thank you. That's right. We do need that.
That's fine.
I'm tired.
Bear with me. Okay, I move that we recommend approval of the special uses requested in this case of 3434 Central Street, 25 PLND-0021, with all of the conditions listed in the
Yeah,
packet?
13, 1 through 13 conditions.
13 conditions listed in the packet.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Can you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Aravallo?
Yes.
Commissioner Berlin?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris-Ferry?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Mangum?
Yes.
Commissioner Mordinchev?
No.
Commissioner Puctel?
No.
Chair Lindwall?
Yes. So with 6 in favor and 2 against, the motion passes, and the recommendation will be forwarded on to the city council, and I'm sure you'll be working with staff on next steps. Okay, and that concludes this public hearing. And now on to other business. We have on our agenda the election of officers for 2026, and Max and Commissioner Pictel and I have talked, and unfortunately I'm going to miss at least 3 and possibly 4 meetings in the upcoming year. So Commissioner Pictel has indicated that he would be willing to be chair with me serving as vice chair unless somebody else wants a job. So I don't know. So I guess we need a motion somebody needs a motion to nominate us or vote us.
I motion, or I nominate Commissioner Pactel to be chair and Commissioner Lindwall to become vice chair.
I second.
All right. Do we need, we don't need a vote. We can do this by voice vote, I think. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, congratulations, Commissioner Pictel.
Thank you.
And I guess the next item on our agenda now is public comment. If anyone has public comment they want to make about anything else we haven't talked about. And at that point, I need a motion for adjournment.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.